mine is just to encourage everyone to keep at it. The pressure will finally tell, and it is telling. It's just a matter of time. And there's a lot of scaremongering that is going on. But I think, these people, that is the only way that they know how to react. There is this fear of what will happen if Ruto goes. If Ruto goes, the country, we have a beautiful constitution. If Ruto goes, the country will continue, and I think the country will be in a better place. So let us not be afraid. There's a lot of talk about, there'll be chaos. It will be like what happened in Egypt. That is not true. So let us not be afraid at all. We will be able to chart a future. Can you all think that this Ruto government will ever change? It will never change. I mean, look at the speech that the president was making today. It will never change. So for me, we have to keep going. Just so my message is to encourage everyone that we must keep going, but we cannot go on like this. We need a country that gives an opportunity to every single one of us, irrespective of where we come from. And speaking as an academic, that is what I have done in my life for 25 years. That is what I've been teaching about, writing about. Some of you may have, on April 26th, I gave my inaugural lecture that was titled Ending the Tyranny of the Barons. And it was about using administrative law, which is the field of law that I specialize in, to ensure that we have better governance in this country. We have an opportunity. Let us not squander it. So, Hillary, that is what I would say.
Thank you so much, Migai, and we appreciate your presence and also your time to come and share with us your thoughts and your mind and what you think about what is happening and even the president's speech today. Thank you so much. I want to welcome my host to run this show for a while. We are here, all of us, but remember, one thing I want to remind you: remember to follow rules. When we give rules, these rules we don't give them. For us to keep the space more dictatorial or more strict, but we're doing this for because now already I have almost 100 requests request for the mic. So you see that one is it might be not well when we give more people more time, but when you give 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Understand us so that we keep our conversation very short and to the point. And also, when somebody says something that you have said, no need of repeating it because it's the same thing. So just be to the point. And when we say that when you finish your conversation, it is good also sometimes to drop yourself so that you can add more people. But share the space, and also and last request that follow each other is very important for us to get along to know each other better as we have all this conversation when we have our spaces so that you can join and join the conversation. Maj and Kings, you can run the show as you wait, Dr. Let me see where he is, and then we continue.
Uh, Thank you so much, Hilary, and thanks everyone for joining. And of course, it's a Sunday evening. It would be time for every one of us to relax, but we are putting in time. Thank you. And so I think we've started the conversation, and the first speaker has already spoken, but I want to give him, I want to, because I saw some discussion going on where he was directly involved. So I want him to chime in with that as we proceed. So this question is directed to Professor Migai Akech. I saw you engaging in, there was some communication from, let me call him diplomat. I never care for these titles. that was actually went ahead to write to the Ford Foundation to ask for something there. So, for clarification of who they're funding in the budget and everything. What feeling do you have when you see the government trying to have to have such actions? What does that mean? I mean, what's your opinion about that? Over to you as we proceed.
Thank you very much. It seems to me that the government is looking for scapegoats and bogeymen and refusing to understand or just to accept what is going on. There's no one funding these protests. These protests are very organic, and I've really been impressed by what the Gen Z have been doing, particularly in terms of civic education. So there was this, for example, on the finance bill. So somebody decided, and as an expert on finance, decided to help the country understand the bill. And then he said, why don't we translate this into vernacular languages? And so it was translated. I mean, they did a script. That script in English was then translated into 18 languages. No one was paid to do it. It was all very people just coming up and say, look, I want to educate the public on what is going on. And that is very difficult for a government, a dishonest government such as this, to deal with. And so when I saw the post, because Korir Singwe is somebody that I know, and you'd expect intellectuals to be honest. I don't know what is it that happens to people when they get to government. I don't get it. What happens to people when they get proximity to power? Because they lose all sense. They stop thinking, they stop reasoning. So I was asking myself, what is this person doing? And Korir himself was a beneficiary of the Ford Foundation. The first lady's Rachel Ruto's own organization was funded by the Ford Foundation, doing the very same kind of activities that these organizations that they have an issue with are doing. So this, for me, it's just a lot of dishonesty, and I was just calling him out on it, and I was just telling them that please, just be honest and accept that you've lost legitimacy and citizens. And actually, I think it is also very insulting for the government to be looking for these bogeymen. It is very insulting because citizens see what is wrong. We all see what is wrong. And we are giving our time, we are giving our expertise, we are giving our resources to this cause. Why do we need the Ford Foundation to be telling us or to fund the kind of civic education that we're seeing on spaces such as TikTok? So I think it's a lot of dishonesty, but we've seen these tactics before. We've seen these tactics with Moi, except, and I was tweeting about it today, these are very analog tactics of dealing with the digital revolution. A president who is out of touch, clearly out of touch with what is going on. And I don't think that the people around him are telling him the truth. And it will not help him. Certainly, it will not help him. So that is the context in which I decided to respond to Korir, who is somebody that I know, who is somebody that was a year behind me in law school. And I always thought, I mean, this is a good chap. He's intelligent. But I'm asking myself, what is it that happens to these people
Thank you. Yeah, thank
when
you
they
so
get to
much
power?
for giving that feedback. Actually, on a larger scale, it spreads fear to the entire population, especially those who cannot tell apart that those are actually, it's a hogwash to write to such a foundation and demand for answers. So, like, you know him personally, please tell him to stop scaring the population, because that is not a thing that one should do. Because in the village, when somebody just tells and says the government, the government wrote to these people, the grandmother in the village is going to be scared. So they should stop scaring people. Thanks so much. I see that our main guest, Daktari, is on. Daktari, please test the mic as we proceed.
Testing. Maj, everybody is a main guest.
Okay, yes, thanks. Thanks for the
I'm
correction.
just here to contribute,
Okay.
and I like what Professor Migaya Kech, whom I know, has said. I want to add something, Maj, on what he has said. Professor Migaya Kech is 100% correct, but I think he may have inadvertently left out something that is also true. People like Singoe have gained financially, personally, from the government, from the rot. I know him also, and I know for a fact that by the time he was appointed PS, he was living in an apartment on Thika Road. And within 2 months, he had bought a luxurious property in Karen worth 100 million Kenya shillings in cash. And I know many other properties that he has bought. So he thinks this is a threat, direct threat to him personally. And this is what is unfortunate. So I think that unfortunately, intelligence does not help. And that is why this struggle is more about integrity than intellectual intelligence. A lot of intelligent people in Kenya have turned out to be some of the most corrupt. And they use their intelligence to conceal their corruption and to the detriment of the population. That's all I wanted to say. I dropped the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's proceed in this order. And Hilary, do you want to say something before we proceed?
No. I'm okay. I was checking that other speakers are coming in. I'm okay. Go ahead.
Okay, let's proceed in the order of Dr. Milton, Simon, Ask, Blues, and Engineer, and it's 2 minutes each. So after 1 minute, you look at my profile. I'll be raising my hand, and then you have a minute to complete your presentation. So kindly do prepare in a way that you can present your points in 2 minutes. I know it's a very limited time, but please, let's try so that many others can speak. So Dr. Milton, over to you.
Guys, do you see like a strawberry? Thank you, Maj, and thank you, Hilary. I want to salute all the other panelists and the speakers, and indeed everybody that has joined this space here tonight. And as always, we pay tribute to the fallen heroes of this struggle. Their hearts and their souls, they didn't lose their life in vain, and we will continue remembering them. And on the same note, I want to salute the patriots in the DMV area of the United States that did much and presented our petitions as the Kenyan people to the IMF. I think their message was loud and clear, and we want to also salute the media houses and everybody that has ensured that that message is transmitted as loudly and as clearly as it has. Having said that, I want to also address myself to what has transpired the last few days and what Zakayo has purported to speak today, issuing threats. He is back to his old skin, his old self, the dictator that he is, the man that is a threat to the democracy of the Kenyan people. And I want to remind everybody that the William Ruto that was speaking today in Bomet is the William Ruto that addressed the nation the first time. I think that was on 26th of last month, when he called patriots reclaiming, attempting, exercising their right to reclaim their country, calling them criminals and suggesting that there was anything treasonous about the people coming out. That is the William Ruto that we are seeing. He is now cornered, and he thinks that by issuing threats, he is going to intimidate the people. The Gen Zs, the millennials, and similarly situated Kenyans want to be resoundingly clear that William Ruto, when you tell us that we come out and tell you what we want, you are being exactly what you are. Turn deaf to our demands. Don't pretend that you are not hearing. We are simply saying that you must vacate, you must dissolve that government and go home, so that the Kenyan people can exercise the power how they want. And now I want to go to the points that I wanted to make. Number one, if you read the preamble of the Constitution, it talks about what the Kenyan people adopted, enacted, and gave themselves as 3 points. Number one, the supremacy of the people. Number two, Ruto is being ejected by the people because he has violated the social contract with the people. And I want, if you allow me, will agree with me that if you look at Articles chapter 6 of the Constitution, William Ruto has violated every single provision in chapter 6. And that is why the Kenyan people are saying he must go. The Kenyan people are not saying that William Ruto has an opportunity to reconstitute government. He has violated the social contract. He has violated the deed of contract the Kenyan people gave him on the ballot in 2022. And I want us to be very categorical. What does chapter 6 provide? Article 75 of the Constitution speaks to the character of a leader. And I want to just make reference to that very quickly so that we have clarity, so that whenever these people are coming out to tell you that they care more about Kenya than we do, those of us calling for Ruto to go, this is exactly what we are saying. Chapter 75 of the Constitution defines the conduct of state officers. And one of, and I can quickly refer to that a state officer shall behave, underline, shall behave, whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties. William Ruto is conflicted from Nairobi to the farthest world. Compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest. Is William Ruto guilty of that? The answer is a resounding yes. Number 3, that is Article 75 1C, demeaning the office the officer holds. Has William Ruto demeaned the office of the presidency? The answer is again in the affirmative. So what does Article 75 provide? That a person who contravenes clause 1 shall be subject to the applicable disciplinary procedure for the relevant office. William Ruto has violated that. But I want to go further to Article 76 and again remind us of the financial probity of state officers. William Ruto has violated that. He is running commercial enterprises that are beneficiaries of state tenders, which is against the constitution. William Ruto has confessed to being a beneficiary of activities that are prohibited under Article 77 of the Constitution.
Dr. Nyakundi,
He actually,
Dr. Milton,
kindly.
Dr. Milton, kindly
Yes,
try to
thank
land.
you.
say that again.
Kindly try to land. We're actually giving 2 minutes.
Oh yes, okay. I'm doing that now. I'm doing
Thank
that now.
you.
I want to say that Dr. William Ruto confessed that he was apparently or allegedly given a private jet. Again, the Constitution prohibits receiving of any gifts. And if you do, then those gifts are on behalf of the Kenyan people and they must be declared. When William Ruto tells the country and the world that he was given a private jet by a friend, he has violated that constitution. William Ruto has been lying with his teeth, looking at Kenyans. How does he now pretend to tell us that he has not demeaned the constitution? He has not held the office of the presidency in contempt. William Ruto has violated. I want to invite us to read Article 232 of the Constitution on the principles of public service. He has violated every one provision of those under Article 232. William Ruto has failed as a symbol of national unity as required under Article 131 of the Constitution. Good people, there is nothing else William Ruto can tell the Kenyan people. And we must be angered more today that he comes to lecture us, he comes to lecture Kenyan people and speak as though the office of the presidency is a gift, is an inheritance he was given by his parents. This is a privilege that the Kenyan people gave him, and the Kenyan people are now demanding that he relinquishes. Failure to which they have to take it by force. And I want to, in conclusion, tell the Kenyan people that removal of a president is provided in the Constitution. And therefore, anybody telling us that we have to wait for 2027 is living a dream of the past. And they must be reminded and called out that time has come. You cannot operate as Moi without the constitution that Moi had. You cannot operate as Moi without the information space that the people lacked during the Moi regime. This is a new era, and everybody must wake up and smell the coffee. And the sooner William Ruto realizes that and vacates, the better for everybody. He needs to pick the cue from Emmanuel Macron, who actually called for a snap election when he realized that the rug was being pulled under his feet. This is a time that patriots must come out, and the funding of the revolution is the pain that the Kenyan people have been subjected to under the illegitimate exercise of power by William Ruto and his cartel. I drop the mic and hand over.
Thank you so much.
Back
Thank
to
you
the
so much,
host.
Dr. Milton Nyakundi. And now, guys, I do not want to appear like I'm biased, but we have over 100 people.
By William Ruto and his cartel.
Okay.
I
Please,
drop the mic
yeah, please mute.
and hand over.
Okay.
Back.
Thank you. So we don't want to appear like we are being biased, but we have over 100 people already requesting. So I want to also request the next speakers to really restrict to 2 minutes each. Simon, you're next. Over to you.
Okay, thank you for the mic. I think I'm audible enough. Am I audible?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Simon. I'm from Nakuru. So I had a question for Dr. Miguna. Like, is it in order, like, we have more than 40 tribes in Kenya, and we have Kikuyu, who are currently having like 7 top seats at the government, since they are doing this with their chest. They are having their, like, we know the parliament we have, it will, the CSS who are being nominated, they will go through the parliament, since we don't have a parliament here. Is it in order, like, we have those ethnics, or like they are not being heard about their voices, ama bado tunafaa kuwa like it's Kikuyu and Kalenjin and the Luya people? So that's the first question. The other thing I want to tell people, it's on Tuesday. Please, people, let's be there. And one thing I noted, most of us think police are our best friends. They are no longer our friends. And I'm advocating for this. They are no longer our friends. They are beating us, they are killing us. I think from next week, we are not going to be friends. We also have weapons. We can do to them what they are doing to us. I'm not happy seeing like my people of my age being killed by the police. Like what happened last week on in Nakuru, it's something like still in my mind, and I'm feeling like I'm just fed up with this government. Those police have orders from above. That boy who was killed there, he was not in the demos, but he was killed. He was just carrying like a paper bag from the supermarket. He was going home. People, police are not our friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon Gathoni, for really keeping it within time, and our condolences. And really, it's unfortunate. Police brutality has always been a problem in Kenya and keeps really taking away lives. Daktari is noting the questions, and then I think after 3 to 4 speakers, he will chime in, or if he wants to chime in between, he's free to chime in. I see Ask You dropped, so let's go by Blues. Blues, 2 minutes each. A Bluesman committee. Okay, he's not speaking.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'd like to start by saying that urging the revolutionaries to take note of the fact that the government is doing all it can to infiltrate the demonstrations. So to be at least keen, every step we make, we try to be as effective as possible, because we see so many times it becomes boring due to infiltration. And then next, I've had so many people asking about that the movement no longer has agendas due to like the rejection of the bill. But I urge the influencers to be driving some agendas actively, such as the arrest of the corrupt people, and to try and mention them precisely. Then the to okay to okay we should also bring the agenda of the story of recycling those CSS who are recycled. So we should be bringing them out clearly, loudly, in terms of posters and everything, so that they can be seen as the main agendas that we have. And then also the justice for the fallen soldiers also should be a key agenda, which is being shown through posters and posts every day, so that we are not mocked like we don't have any agendas as per now. And then this story of that we are leaderless, and also I'd also like those who are doubting whether being leaderless can work. I think the main reason for being leaderless is not to have anyone calling off the demonstrations so that they go for negotiation. So again, I'd like to encourage activists to prepare some memoranda, and also so that they can like okay, to prepare some memoranda and present to the president, so that like we can be seen, at least we are approaching for dialogue, but not anyone calling off the demos. I hope I'm clear a bit. And then something else. Uh, I've, um, I've noticed that so many of the demos that we had were always successful, but not very successful, simply because maybe zinakuja kushika late, around maybe 3 to 4, when now night is approaching. This idea, which I always talk about in many spaces, that we try and insist on starting demos early. If we start demos as early as 7 a.m. and maybe by 8, we are seeing something tangible on the streets, everyone will be encouraged to come out, and it will be even 5 times more effective than it could have been when it started at maybe 10 or 11 or later. Something again I'd add is about education, just insisting, let's keep on educating people out there, because there are some people who still feel like Gen Z, they are not genuine. Our gen, like we are just being anarchists. So let's continue educating people both online and offline. Mostly insist on the fact that the country is not going in the right direction. That is mostly in terms of debts, accountability, and also our okay, voters. Like as voters, we don't prioritize the right the right priorities when looking for who to vote. Like I see so many people like to vote for someone who is close to some powerful people, like the presidential candidates. And we should educate people that when you elect someone who is close to a powerful presidential candidate, that person now is even able to steal more than even someone who is not closer to that candidate. So I think that is all.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Bluesman comedian. Yes, and I would like to encourage that we really keep it the time 2 minutes each. And so I forgot to mention to Gadoni Simon, because I understand that he was very frustrated and he even talked about arming himself against the police. I'd like to emphasize that this gives power to the oppressor. Because when they brutalize you and you are armed, also they'll say they are defending themselves. So at the moment, the demonstrations should be and have been peaceful. So once you arm yourself, you're going to be mistaken as a goon, even though you are defending yourself. So we take what you say with concern, but I would really just warn against, arming oneself as a civilian. It can cause a lot of chaos that I want to put on record. Now, let's proceed with engineer. Engineer has dropped. Mork, please go. Yeah. Mork, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Maj. Thank you, guys. Thank you, the host and the co-host, and the guys in the speaker and the guys in the listener. Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank the Kenyan people for coming out in the street to ensure that the demand for the good governance. That is that's something that its time has come, and we need to ensure that it has come to pass. I don't have much to say, but I just want to tell people that we should remain focused, and we should have a main agenda, that is Ruto must go. And also, this one I said in one of the spaces yesterday, we really need to focus because right now the member of parliaments are coming back, and I know there will be some of the ones that the president would force them to go through and pass. For example, reintroduction of the office of the first ladies and all that. As a people, we should ensure that we cripple the parliament. Parliament should remain null and void, and we should ensure that uh, that the members of parliament are stopped from even attending their sessions, so that we remain as we said that okay, we are focusing on Ruto must go, and when Ruto is going, he need to go with everybody, everyone in that government, not only the CS, even the MPs need to go with Ruto. So people need to be focused, and people need not to take the fear. I know they will be selling fear to people, like the today's gathering where the president really sold a great fear that they will dealt with people excessively, and that means according to his speech, the guy is even ready to do the worst. People should not back down, and people should not do anything, but people should focus on Ruto must go. Thank you much. I will stop at there and let other speakers go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hannah, over to you. And I see Dr. Mkawasi is on with us. Welcome on board. Hannah, over to you. Hannah, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, Marge. Can I come in a few minutes, please?
That's all right. So we go to the Godfather. Godfather, take a go.
Thank you, Marge. Thank you, Hillary, the other co-host, and our key speakers, the General, Migaya Kech, I think Agustino Neto is not yet here, among others, and those who have already given their sentiments on this current affair that is developing, has been developing for the past few weeks, if not a month, in the country. So mine is very simple and very quick. To begin with, I'm asking our speakers, our panelists today. We see Occupy JKIA trending. This is something that has been mooted before. Now we are at it, and it seems like today it was the #1 trending hashtag, so to speak, in the country, which means on the 23rd of July, we are going to occupy the JKIA. What portends, or what are the aspects of trying to occupy JKIA, apart from on the face value we are trying to stop international travel so that the country can actually understand that we are serious? Can we also have occupy Uhuru Park as well as JKIA? That's also another question that I'm also pushing, so that our speakers are going to answer, so that we have some clarity, and maybe that will also be very interesting in terms of trying to stretch the police force in terms of how much they may have to deal with. And lastly, the revolution is on. No retreat, no surrender. Patriots, let's march forward. Thank you so much, Madge, and the other co-host, and Hillary, and let's see others. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I would like to give this opportunity to Dr. Mkawasi, if you're ready to say something before we proceed here.
Thank you so much, Madge and Hillary. So a quick comment I'd like to make is, as we've been proceeding and watching things unfolding, that I've been interacting quite some with a good number of reactionary voices. So I'd like to speak a little bit on this. Now, if you voted for Ruto thinking that he will bring down dynasties, and you say he did bring down dynasties, and that he will give back Kenya to the ordinary Mwananchi, now, what triggered the revolution, which is the finance bill, proved that that was a wrong promise, because all he did was snatch the system from the dynasties and inject it with steroids. Because this right now, what we are watching is like dynasties on steroids. All demands from reactionaries who are claiming they are on the side of the revolutionaries miss one thing, and this is how you'll recognize them. They strategically go silent on acknowledging stolen funds, stolen public funds way back from Kenyatta 1. A key reason why the hideous and inhuman injustices of injustice of poverty is going on right now. I mean, there's no way you can see your relatives or you yourself experiencing the level of poverty that is going on right now, and think that the dynasties have been removed and we are on our way to becoming a better country, and that we should give a chance to what is unfolding. That is something that I think we have to be careful about when we start having people who are telling us, you know what, I'm not quite sure about where you guys are going with the revolution. I think you should just wait for the old guards to make things right. The revolution you have triggered is ours too. We in the diaspora, and I think this is an important thing for me to mention to my diaspora friends. Kenyans abroad we have to pool our resources, both financial and intellectual, in providing the support necessary to build the Kenya that Kenyans have already articulated they want. And that Kenya is already ideally in the constitution. We went through this whole constitution revamping. It's there. Transforming those ideals into reality is the work of the revolution. We have the map, we know the destination, we need the vehicle and the fuel to get there, and that is what revolutions do. So it's necessarily what I'm looking at is a journey of a people that are taking us from unrealized ideals to a reality. Now, the reality of a successful revolution becomes a nation that accommodates all the citizens by providing opportunities and the possibilities that we're looking for. It doesn't take much for a Kenyan abroad to go back home and just see where we are. I mean, you can go there with all your money and have a good time, but you know the reality and you cannot be blind to that. No matter what, you cannot be blind to that. Now, if along this journey that has been parked by Gen Z, the drivers entrusted with leadership become rogue or something, then the revolution it becomes necessary to offload whoever it is. So you also have to look at whoever it is who's driving this bus, and you have to always be conscious of where you're going. Where are we going? There's this notion of a leaderless movement, and that does not mean that it lacks leadership. So a leaderless movement, we may not be able to see who's behind it. We may have a group of people who are going towards a certain destination. But one of the most important things is to also figure out how to create that leadership structure. Beware of the pitfalls of leaderless revolutions, for example, like the Occupy Wall Street. It had you can say its gains, because that will make you avoid the mistakes that were made before. The most important thing for me, I think, is to have an unbreakable core. How you create that unbreakable core is for you guys to figure out, and then you tell us what it is that we need from here. Because one thing we might know, we get involved every day with what's going on the ground, but we still have the advantage of having physical safety. And another thing I'd like to say, because this is something that is said a lot by people around me, that these are kids, they're younger than us, your kids and nephews and nieces age, they really are going to need help. Now, it's for all of us. This revolution is for all of us because we're all engaged in building a Kenya. Be bold in your ability to actually form a government if that becomes the place to go. Peaceful revolutions, for example, the Velvet Revolution, which I've mentioned before, that were led by a generation as educated and as knowledgeable as you guys have shown to be. These guys formed a government when they least expected to stand in that place. They formed a government using a very peaceful revolution, and matter of fact, they steered that same country into becoming two sovereign states. So, I mean, they did this incredible thing with a peaceful revolution and young people, university students. And to date, those nations stand strong. So you guys can do even greater things. You have to be able to stand in that space and say boldly, yes, we can be able to form the next government, because we have proved we have the intellectual capacity and we know what we want. So we guys, my diaspora people here, I'm saying stand by. Let's stand by. Let's be able to give the resources, whatever kind that's needed on the ground. But let's not watch the acceptance by reactionaries of something that we see as recycling the same rot, recycling the same system that has for decades brought us to where we are. Because for crying out loud, we have to at least say, no. We know what our relatives are going through. We know this. We know the fees we pay all the time, the hospital bills. I mean, we can be on the phone, you're somewhere far away, but you're on the phone with someone who's running through hospitals, looking for the cheapest hospital to get their kid treated. And I'm not saying this because I'm making it up. I'm saying it because I've been there. So these are not realities that we don't know of. They're realities we share. And we in the diaspora have to be able to say no. We've got to be able to be a part of this revolution in some form, a very effective form. Over to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Terry, for the very, solid submission there. And so now we move to Josephine. And if any of the speakers is speaking longer than 2 minutes, it's because we have guest speakers also. So don't feel like we're being biased. Josephine, over to you. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ervi and co-host and fellow Kenyans. Both in Kenya and diaspora, I want to say good evening. I thank you also for giving me this opportunity to ask. And my first question, I would want to direct it to Dr. Meguna. And this is my question for you. Do you think it's the ideal time now we push for amendment of our constitution so that we can limit positions of leadership and how leadership is deliberated and given to recycling leaders who have ever been in offices in memory, and you want to die in the positions without letting other people get these positions? Second, do you think that if we do that, it would eradicate the levels of corruption? Given that at least somebody knowing that I am in the government for 10 years, that means before I get to that position, my lifestyle have been audited, and any other more monies that I would be having, I should be accountable to the citizens of Kenya, and that will keep away the monopoly of people thinking that they are superior and they own this country at our mandate and they can just take us the way they want. So those are my two questions, and my input to Tuesday's incoming Occupy all the airports. I am all the way from Mombasa, and I believe I will be out there in Mombasa doing the needful, like any other Kenyan, fighting for our rights and ensuring that we meet the standards of what we need, because we are entitled to good governance. We are entitled to quality services and with no corruption. We are entitled to get essential documents within less than an a week. But this is not happening. So that leaves us in dilemma as citizens. You realize that you need an ID, but you cannot get it within the right time unless you bribe. You need a passport, you cannot get it until you bribe. You need a good certificate of good conduct, and all the same. Having said that, I would also find it ideal that also Dr. Meguna, you would advise on what do you think of us getting some few people who will be actually prioritizing our agendas as we move forward. And I believe that we need to have some leaders per se, not leaders per se, but people who can, once we bring the ideas together, we can actually prioritize them and they say, this comes as priority number 1, number 2, and number 3, so that we don't look like we are in a confused mood, not being able to say what are we doing, and we keep on deliberating on what are we doing, what are we supposed to do first. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate if you give me that feedback. Thank you.
Yes, and thanks you so much,
Man,
Josephine. Just a moment, Hillary. Thanks, Josephine. I wanted to say I think this is the time that Dr. Ray should really just chime in, but before he does, Hillary, over to you.
yeah, Dr. as you come in, I've seen Gerotich join us. She's one of the speakers that was invited to come and share the idea. Otherwise, thank you so much. Dr. back to you.
Good evening, everyone,
Good
and
evening.
good afternoon if you are joining us from different time zones. Um, I have been listening keenly to the contributors, and all of them are on point. I will start by expressing my condolences to those who have lost loved ones. And I would want to express my concern that we have as of now, about 300 missing persons, people who have simply vanished or disappeared and whose whereabouts are not known. I had raised a concern a week ago about information I had received concerning hundreds of people who were killed in Githurai and whose bodies have not been traced, and who I understood, yet to be verified, that they were cremated at the Kahao barracks. I still would like to challenge the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights, the Law Society of Kenya, the defenders, various human rights defenders organizations, the media, the DCI, and various government entities, including Ruto himself, to be able to produce a list of all the missing Kenyans since the protest began. We need to have a clear idea as to how many people have actually been abducted, how many people have lost their lives or have been killed, how many people are injured, and how many have simply disappeared. And we would want to assume that those who are missing are probably dead, because a human being does not go missing. These people were active just weeks ago. They engaged in protests, and they cannot simply disappear. Two, I would want to address the issue of the so-called government pathologist Jahansen Oduor's declaration that the decapitated and mutilated bodies that were found at the quarry had no evidence of um, bullets in them. One, I want to note that all the bodies had decomposed and were at different levels of decomposition. All the bodies were mutilated, meaning that there was no body that was intact and had been packed into sacks. It is, I believe, impossible for anyone to imagine that Dr. Oduor would have been able to examine decomposing bodies and trace bullets that had killed them if that is how they had died. It is also impossible for anyone to know whether these bodies had been tortured before the um, the individual succumbed to torture. All of them were killed. All of them were dumped near police station. We can all reasonably conclude that all of them probably were killed by security forces. And we need answers. We need answers now, and we don't want excuses. It is important for us to note, my third point, that as we speak today, Finance Bill 2024 is the law. It automatically became law on July the 18th. after 21 days had expired from the time that the president or Ruto purportedly rejected it. It has not been repealed by the National Assembly. And we have not had Ruto or anybody or any of the leaders at the National Assembly say that there is an intention to repeal it. Therefore, we have to say all the people Ruto has killed so far will not get justice until all the grievances for which they participated at the protests are addressed. And that starts with Ruto himself. My fifth point is Ruto has no tenure. He has no security of tenure. Professor Migaya Kech has tenure at the University of Nairobi as a distinguished professor of law, or of the university, because I think he's a distinguished professor. And once you are a distinguished professor, you are a professor of everything. But Ruto has no tenure. The 5 years that Kenyans delegated to him the power to govern, not to rule, was a temporary delegation. It was not a permanent delegation. The delegated power was withdrawn on the 25th of June, and Ruto stands popularly impeached by the people. Therefore, he is legitimately in power, and all the threats he's issuing against the people are an aggravation to the grievances that we had when the people took to the streets and declared that they had withdrawn their delegated power to him. Therefore, Ruto's declaration of war on the people is a declaration of war on all Kenyans, and it's a declaration of war on the Constitution of Kenya, which vests the power to recall him as their delegated leader back to where they want him, home. We want unity of purpose. We want people to realize that no matter our differences, and these differences could be generational, these differences could be ideological, these differences could be intellectual, these differences could be gender, these differences could be tactical or strategic. We have to realize that the only thing that must unite us, and unite us now, is that all Kenyans feel that Ruto has offended them to a point that it cannot be cured. The looting of the country has reached a stage where it having them apprehended, charged, and tried and convicted, and then sentenced, and the properties they have looted repatriated, is recycling them. We have Chirchir reappointed to a bigger ministry than where he looted before. And remember, this man started looting at the Interim Independent Electoral Commission. He was involved in the Chicken Gate. Then he graduated to the Ministry of Energy. And the former despot Uhuru fired him because of corruption. But Ruto felt, in his lack of wisdom, that this is the man he needed in the same ministry where he had been fired for corruption. And he continued to be corrupt. And he was recently fired for corruption. Then Ruto brings him back. That shows you that Ruto is irredeemable. There is no discussion, no dialogue, or any kind of reprieve or anything that will change this man. He thinks that after he has killed a number of Kenyans and abducted them and disappeared them, that he has scared the Gen Zs and the millennials and the patriotic revolutionaries who have been facing him every week on the street. And the time has come when we should demonstrate to Ruto through action that we are not backing down. How do we do that? My humble submission is that we should have marathon daily demonstrations and protests. And these daily marathon demonstrations should take place all over the country. Whether on Tuesday, some of the patriots will head to JKIA, others must head elsewhere. Because if you all head to JKIA, he will marshal his goons to JKI only. Then we will leave the rest of the country for him to roam about and to threaten us. We have to scatter his goons everywhere. As many people are heading towards JKIA, many people must head to Parliament Square and Arambe House and the CBD and occupy all of it. Occupy everywhere should have meaning. When patriots in Mombasa, in Nyanza, in Western, at the coast, at all and in all counties, gather in large numbers, wear Ruto's goons down until he falls. The last thing I would like to say is in answer to the three, I believe there were 3 or 4 people that asked questions before I conclude. Number one, Simon Gathoni said, police are not our friends. We also have weapons. We can use them. Maj was right. Yes, Kenya have demonstrated, at least the majority of them, that they are not our friends, that they are serving a tyrant and they are harming us. And it is not in our place to fall into the trap of arming ourselves to confront them. Because when you do that, you may have to form an army to fight them. We don't have time. We don't have the resources. We don't have the arms. They will just pick us one at a time, and it will actually serve their interest in the sense that they can now say we are violent, we are chaotic, we are anarchists, and the world and the press will more than happily champion that trumpet. We cannot give them that. We have to remain peaceful. We have to remain organized. We have to remain fearless. And it is through that we are going to wear them down. Just like many other countries have gained and won a revolution peacefully by being unarmed. They did so in France in 1789. They did so in Sweden in 1809. They did so in Norway in 1814. They did so in the Netherlands in 1848. They did so in Austria in 1918. They did so in Turkey or Turkey in 1923. There was a mixture of that and armed struggle in Cuba in 1959. They did so in Portugal in 1974. They did so in Bahrain in 1971. They did so in Spain in 1978. They did so in Philippines in 1986. They did so in South Korea in 1987. They did so in Poland, where it was basically the workers protesting continuously for years in 1988. They did so in the Czech Republic in 1989. They did so in East Germany in 1989. They did so in Romania in 1989. They did so in Indonesia in 1998. They did so in Serbia in the year 2000. They did so in Georgia the year 2003. They did so in Nepal in 2006. They did so in Myanmar with mixed results in 2011 because the military eventually overthrew the revolutionaries. But they succeeded in 2011. They did so in Ukraine in 2014. And they recently did so in the Philippines again. And this history of resistance has always resulted in the country becoming more developed, more prosperous, more industrialized, and the standard of living of the people have always been better from the regime that was replaced. So we can do it too. People were asking me on X, oh, Miguna, all the examples you've given are not in Africa. Kenya is going to be the first African country to do it. We can be the first. Why shouldn't we? All these countries and peoples that I have listed were not born in Pluto. They were not in Jupiter. They were on planet Earth. And so we can do it too. The next question was by Plusman. Memoranda to a president that has been impeached, a president that Kenyans have recalled, is not necessary. No, we are not going to have a memoranda to any president, the illegitimate President Ruto. Our memoranda and memorandum is on the streets of the Republic of Kenya. He knows what the problems are. And of course, he cannot address them because he's a pathological liar, he's a narcissist, he's become a tyrant. Godfather asked about Occupy JKIA, and I believe I've already answered that question. Then he also raised the issue of Uhuru Park. I would discourage all of us from going to Uhuru Park. Why? It is fenced, it is secure, it is a trap. Once you go to Uhuru Park and they surround you, they can butcher people without any restraint. And there is not much impact you will do at Uhuru Park. In fact, they can let you do your thing there for 1 year and it will not affect anybody. The purpose of occupying public spaces is not just to make sure that we speak to Ruto and his thugs in one voice loudly, but to disrupt everything, to disrupt transport, to disrupt business, to disrupt all activities in the country. That's the language he understands. Ruto understands the language of money and business. He understands the language of how he's going to be perceived abroad, the handlers that he has as the IMF. You saw that the IMF already released a statement trying to appear contrite when they have not withdrawn fully their punitive economic programs that Ruto is trying to impose on us. Josephine asked, should we amend the constitution of Kenya? The answer is no. We should not amend the constitution of Kenya. We should implement it fully. We cannot amend something that has not been fully implemented. The constitution of Kenya is the one giving us the right to occupy the streets, to impeach Ruto, to recall him, to say that he has lost legitimacy and he must go. If we pay attention to the alleged call to amend or whatever, we will be being sidetracked, like Raila Odinga, the conman, tried to do with Uhuru Kenyatta in 2022, when they brought us the poisonous chalice, BBI. We should not fall into that trap. We want our constitution implemented in full. Now, she also said, would it eradicate levels of corruption? The constitution would not eradicate anything. As it is right now, the constitution already proclaims itself and provides for a governance that is not corrupt. But of course, it is individuals, human beings, that are not enforcing it, especially Chapter 6, and continue to be corrupt. If you do not punish the corrupt, you will never eliminate corruption. And you cannot punish the corrupt if you have corrupt people in power. So we must remove all of them. Then she talked about priorities 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever. No, our priority should remain one. Ruto must go. You see, when you have such a clear, simple, singular priority, nobody will be able to confuse it. You cannot give Ruto demands 1, 2, 3, 4 when you want him to go. You don't expect him to be the one who is making changes. We don't want reforms. We want a complete, total revolution, an overhaul of the entire system. Let me finish, and I'm sorry to have gone on for a while, with what Frederick Douglass said. Frederick Douglass was an African American writer, preacher, abolitionist, orator, anti-slavery activist. And he said, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet depreciate agitation are men, and he meant also women, who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be moral, may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. I drop the mic.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ray, for your submission and also for answering all those questions that participants had posed. And now we're going to welcome Gerald Teach.
Is anybody hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. We could hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hillary, can you check if...
Yeah, Dr. Ray, can you hear me?
Okay.
Dr. Ray, you can drop and come.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
fine.
Hillary, please sort him out, but let him know that we had everything that he said. Yeah, so as we proceed to Gerald Teach, I would like to encourage us to also... Oh, somebody muted everyone by mistake. I've now unmuted. I was saying, okay.
Madge, did anybody hear me, or was I talking to myself?
We had everything.
We have.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think Geraldine just dropped. Hillary, if you can check with her. So, but I was about to say that before she proceeds or the next speaker proceeds, we need to also not forget to build the network by following each other, because that's the only way that when we want to share information, we can keep sharing and getting informed or getting to know what is going on. So, Tom, you're next. 2 minutes each.
Thank you, and I greet all Kenyans in the name of your ancestors. Well, I just want to still ask the general some questions, because in the nature of the conversation that I've seen that he's there, normally he is open to take questions. First, considering his suggestion that we need to implement the constitution without necessarily considering amending it, what suggestion do you have, or how do you think we can be able to meet the 2/3 gender rule, which is a provision in the constitution? And unfortunately, even right now, the parliament did not meet that requirement. In Article 27, Clause 8 and Article 81, Clause B of the Constitution talks about that for both legislative and generally the parliament, so that we meet that. Your suggestion. Number two, I'd like to seek your advice. What advice or lessons can you give the Gen Z leaders who are currently in the forefront of these protests? Another question that I would like to ask is that what is your general vision post success in this revolution? Because I agree with you that indeed we need to win this revolution and we need a total overhaul of the system. Finally, if you may, would you advise, or how can we consider this movement to effectively utilize decentralized organization to maintain momentum and achieve its goals? Because in my opinion, I really would wish us to not necessarily go without a proper organization. I believe we are leaderless. But my perspective, we are leaderful because most of us who does whatever we are doing, and I believe we do it right most of the time, we are self-motivated. So I believe we are leaderful, but not leaderless. But I suggest we better be more organized. What is your perspective with regards to that decentralized, organized movement? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's have Six next, and Dr. Mwakawasi and Professor Migaya Kate, should you want to chime in between, also just feel free to open your mic or raise your hand, and I'll see that. Six, please. We're going 2 minutes each. Over to you.
Me as I just came here to tell these innocent Kenyans that it's time to take back this country. As I always say, on the Tuesday, we are all marching to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and there are numbers. So as a people, we should come out. We should not sit online and say, let them go to Amuke. Tuende. Personally, I said I've not been in church in 11 years, and today I went to church to confirm if there is any MP who went there or any leader, so that I can condemn them. So guys, on Tuesday, let us turn out in numbers and to take this country back. You heard Ruto threatening us on in Bomet, and that is the leader that we have. It's so unfortunate we have such a man as our. I don't like him, and he's not my president as much as I'm concerned. So I'm just here to rally everyone. Let's turn out in numbers, and I said I'll always stay loyal to this cause until the last day, and even if I die, I'm not afraid to die, and I'll be on the forefront on Tuesday. I'm not just coming here to speak, then I don't act. I've been in all the demonstrations since they started, and on Tuesday, I'll be on the forefront. And I said, there is no money that will buy me as an individual, because I've made enough money to sustain me for the next 10 to 15 years currently. And what I want is a better country where my parents, my children are going to enjoy life. Right now, I have a patient who has cancer but cannot be treated because hospitali za ushago haziwezi mtreat. I have to always bring that patient to Nairobi each and every day because it's only Kenyatta Hospital that can handle this. So what kind of nonsense is that? Yesterday I was informed the governor of Busia, a very close friend to my dad, has employed all his friends from Karen, yet hakuna watu wa Busia hawana kazi. And that has to keep happening daily. Okia Omtata, the one we call a saint here, ameandika his close friend as his PA, who is a very corrupt man. And these are things we have to get and learn daily. So I'll say this, whatever Tom said, we will have a plan when we cross that bridge. So let's right now go take back our country. When we reach there, we have a constitution, and Kenya is a democratic country, and we will know we'll find the right footing after we've dealt with this rogue system. Thank you, Maj.
Thanks, Six. Can I assume that you listened to what Dr. was saying the whole time? Had you already joined? Because he recommended that the protests be spread, but that people should not go to Uhuru Park because it's like fenced and would. I just want to be sure that you had that.
Yeah, I had, and that's why I say we are occupying Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
Okay, I was just confirming. Yeah. Okay.
Uhuru Park is not important. Uhuru Park is just some sort of a park. If you go into a park or you get into a house and a fire starts burning, it will burn you all down. You'll be suffocated. JKIA is in the open. People can find their way and people can occupy. That is where the economy of the country lies. Those in Mombasa are occupying Moi Airport. They are occupying Kenya Ports Authority. In Kisumu, we are occupying this, is it Jomo Kenyatta Airport? In Eldoret, there is an airstrip. We are occupying all this where the economy of the country lies. Tukimaliza hiyo ni CBK.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please, as you go out there, remain peaceful and be watchful, and don't give power to the oppressors where they can come back and say, they were beating us and that's why we had to shoot them. Thanks again for joining. So now we go to Biril. Biril, over to you. Biril cannot hear me. So Kwanza, and then African origin, and Jerotich has just shared that she's settling and then she's going to come back. Kwanza, then African origin, 2 minutes each.
Thank you much. Thank you, everybody. I'll begin with a question to Dr. Miguna. It's very much evident right now that we cannot depend on the goodwill of the president to resign. The president is not altruistic enough, he's not selfless enough to do that. I think history bears me out on that. In 2007, 2017, 2022, we've seen him, so we cannot rely on his goodwill. But then we are pushing this hashtag and we are all determined to say Ruto must go. I still haven't found somebody who can outline the step-by-step process of removing him from power when he remains obstinate. Because we have ruled out violence, and let's say the pressure does not work. What other practical steps can be taken to remove the president from power lawfully? Number two, I listened to the president when he made his remarks today. I will say that when a hyena wants to eat its children, it first gives them a bad name. The president called the participants in the movement anarchists. He earlier called them treasoners. And this should warn us how the establishment intends to crack down on free speech, the freedom to assemble, as well as the right to protest. But I would just urge everybody to not be scared, do not be afraid. We can expect that in the coming days, perhaps the state will use its machinery to pick up bloggers, protesters, and etc., and charge them with various crimes in the Penal Code and possibly in the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. But I would call upon all my colleagues who are lawyers to perhaps take some of these cases pro bono. We must push back against state excesses. That is the duty we owe ourselves and to posterity. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thanks, Komwanza, for keeping the time. Hilary, do you want to say something before African continues?
No, not really. Jaratich she's already with us. She's
Okay,
coming back.
okay, great. So
Right.
you've had Komwanza mark his title if you need help somewhere. So not title, but handle. If you need a lawyer and you cannot find a lawyer, feel free to inbox him. But please, guys, when inboxing, yeah.
Okay, I can hear you now. You went.
You think somebody had taken me off here. It happens.
All right.
So I was just saying, guys, Komwanza is offering pro bono services as a lawyer, and I believe he's going to also speak to other friends who are lawyers. So do check his profile and inbox him when you need help. But I would also like to emphasize that people inbox with genuine information, because otherwise if you have false information coming on board and people are saying my friend has disappeared but they haven't, it really wastes a lot of time and it discourages those who are helping. African, over to you, and thanks Komwanza for that.
Okay, thank you very much, the panelists and everyone who's here. My condolences to those who lost their lives, and much quick recovery wishes to those who got hurt in the process, in this important process of getting back our country to the right track, because it's long overdue. In my opinion, we haven't done anything ever since we got out of the colonial rule. The country was handed back over to the neo-colonial puppets, the ones who are actually calling the shots in most important organizations, most important posts in the country. And this is what's driving this cause, the anger. It's about this. It's something that has been living in us for a very long time. Okay, I just have like 5 points to put across quickly, and I hope that Daktari Comrade Miguna, long live, will weigh in on some of the points that I'm going to put forward very quickly. They talk about leaders. A lot of people have mentioned about having leaders. In my opinion, we are not yet here. Somebody mentioned about, we'll talk about this when we get there. This actually is creating a sense of confusion. It's creating among us. And the enemy should not see our weakness, should not see the fault lines amongst us. And this talk of leaders at the moment is a good call, yes, but not the right timing. So Miguna spoke about priority. We need to prioritize, and we can make use of, we can utilize like this X spaces to constantly and regularly update ourselves and speak in one voice and kind of have one direction. Because this talk of leaders, we have noticed that we have this enemy is infiltrating it, and they're talking. We have a lot of propaganda coming up to divide the cause. So we don't have space for division now. We have space, or the only option we have at the moment is focusing on the goal, which is taking back our country. Number two, we have one Makwasi from the diaspora who spoke about resources. I'm also in the diaspora. And maybe also Comrade Miguna will be a speaker. The issue with resources we are having is about accountability and putting these resources to use. And who are the question we need to ask ourselves, who are the right people to handle these resources? We are very much okay. For me, I've tried to look through whom can I be able to actually mobilize my resources towards and have them utilize it accordingly. We have those young guys who needs utilities here and there to facilitate the whole process. It's not an easy process. It's taking too much of their effort, too much of their energy, and we need some kind of resources to help mobilize and give them a positive attitude towards the cause. So maybe we can discuss on how are we going to mobilize our resources, the resources that we are actually capable. A lot of people are ready, a lot of people are willing, but you get some question marks in the behind the scenes, and you tend to ask yourself, is this actually true or false?
Please try to land so that you can also give other speakers time. Remember, our time limit is 2 minutes, and you said like you have 5 points which you wanted to.
Thank you. I'll just combine the 3 more points to put across. Please allow me. Sorry, my apologies. Remember, this is also a revolution here on Earth. So let's put all our efforts, and I'm very much willing to give each and everyone time to add. Anyway, this cause, if we are not able to mobilize our wherever place you're going to occupy, be it JKIA, be it state house, be it parliament, be it anywhere we are talking about, we have to have numbers. Numbers are very important to mobilize. In fact, if we delay this, it's going to give the enemy power to restructure, to reorganize. It should not take us 1 week before this person steps down. And if we have the numbers, I agree that also we need to like avoid Uhuru Park, but also we need numbers. We need to have some soldiers over there. We have to occupy every inch of the CBD, every inch of the economy, so that the despotic regime can have the pressure, can feel the pressure. This, if we just have small patches of people, we are not going to succeed in this. We'll go to JKIA and will not succeed in that if we are lacking numbers. So numbers are very important. And then also the general spoke about the constitution.
Yes, would you kindly land, please? I know it seems unfair.
Yeah, just give me one.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Sorry. Just give me 1 point to finish on the implementation of the constitution. I just wanted to mention quickly, please. Thank you very much. We need to actually have a conversation about cutting down on these unnecessary posts that are leading us to unnecessary spending. I met actually told us Kenya is a rich country than any countries that we have here, but the problem is overspending and our alliance with the IMF and all these organizations that are out to finish African countries. So we need to speak about implementation of the constitution and also cutting down on the salaries and all these unnecessary seats that we have on in our country. So thank you very much. Sorry for wasting your time. Viva.
Viva. No, that was not time wasted. We're just trying to manage the time so that at least more people can get to speak. Thank you so much, African. I would like to, moving forward, just share that, of course, there are many points that we agree with when other speakers have spoken already. But let's avoid repetition so that at least we have, new fresh points coming in. With that, I'd like to give the mic to Hannah Ali, then Kenyan Lady. Hannah?
Asante, Emaj, Hillary, Daktari Miguna, everybody who's on the platform, Wakenya wote hamjambo, na watarajia kila na heri popote mlipo. Yangu si mengi, to be honest, much. A lot has been covered, and a lot have been said, lakini yangu ni machache. Kwanza maswali moja nataka pia nimalizie, nimuulize daktari. Mi nishindwa huyu Zakayo alipokuwa anapatiana speech ansema he done everything ambao tumemuuliza. Mbali na hayo hakuna kitu amefanya. Bado ana ile utu wa kuja kusimama mbele ya watu wananchi aseme amefanya hii, ametimiza vovote vile majenzizi na wanakenya ambao wamejitokea nje kwa maandamano amefanya. Sasa ni jambo ipi alitimiza? Haya, bado hiyo anatuambia urongo right in front of our faces. Ya pili kwenye hiyo speech yake alisema ya kuwa wameniambia nije kwenye X nikaja na hawakuweko. And that for me raises a question mark. Alikuwa anatafuta nani? Maanake anasema ankuja kwenye X, lakini wale aliwakujia hakuwapata. Sasa alikuwa anatafuta watu gani? Maanake Wakenya walikuwepo kwa hiyo space, ingawaje mimi sikuenda. So alikuwa anatafuta nani? Hiyo ndio maswali mimi nashangaa nayo. Ya pili, kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanaendelea ambao si jambo nzuri, ambao hao wenye weko kwenye macheo wanataka kutenganisha Wakenya. Manake kuna toxicity mingi ambayo inaendelea, kama ni kwenye online, kama ni wapi, yani wanatafuta fitna ya kutenganisha Wakenya ambao wameungana mikono, manake wanataka a Kenya that delivers for everybody. Me, I would ask people and I would urge people, do not focus on those toxic conversation. Do not engage in them. Put your focus on wanting Ruto to go and getting this system totally fixed so it can deliver for everybody. Na hakuna mahali hakuna ufisadi. Paka wanyama wetu wa porini wameingiliwa. Paka our natural resources. This thing is deeper than anybody can imagine. And the beginning of correcting things starts with Ruto has to go. All these other things are sideshows. Let's focus and let's focus on the matter at hand, is fixing our system and Ruto going. If we are sidelines with all these toxics that are coming out and people focusing on people, we are not focused on anyone. We do not need those toxic. People would be watatumiwa threatening messages, wataambiwa mengi, and please, one thing, trust yourself and trust your gut instincts. There's a lot of people who have been bought and na wamemagwa katikati ya watu wengine ambaye anaweza kuwa mtu yoyote ambaye unamdhania ni mtu muungwana, lakini hujui hali yake ashabadilishwa, na tunaziona watu wengi wanatokea ambao wamebadilishwa. Hayo naambia mjitahadhari nayo. Asanteni.
Asante sana Hana Ali, and that's a very good point there. The language of this space is not only English but Swahili. So wale ambao wanataka kuongea Swahili, mmekaribishwa sana kuongea Swahili ya tubaguzi, na tunataka pia tuongee Swahili. Tujaribu iwe sanifu. Kama uwezi kuongea Swahili sanifu, pia unaweza ongea Sheng, nasi pia tupate kujifunza Sheng. Asanteni sana. But saizi tuenda kwa Kenyan lady. Kenyan lady, karibu sana.
Asante. Asante sana Maj, asante sana Hillary, na pia Dr. Miguna. Asanteni sana. So kitu cha kwanza ningetaka to address once and for all is a diaspora influence and diaspora input into the movement. And I want us to conclude on that here and now, because we don't need some of these conversations to be repeated over and over and over in every space. So this is what I want you to do, Maj, if you'll allow me, Maj and Hillary. Our question over the longest time has been, how do we do it? So the first thing that we have done, tumekuwa tukicontribute kwa Hanifa, for all our beloved heroes ambao wametuacha na wale wengine ambao hospitalini na wenye tunatafuta. So we've been focusing that energy there. We need you guys to come up with another mchanga where diaspora can put their contributions there for everything else other than the medical and whatever Hanifa has been doing. I want us to have this conversation for the very, very last time, as far as, diaspora contribution. Please, can we do that? And can we agree to have that mchanga so that we have that focused area, ndio tuache kuleta hii mandhari ya nini ya diaspora. Let's have that as a focus when we come out of here, and then give us the mchanga and let us put our focus on it. The other thing that nataka kuongelea about diaspora is that we know very, very well that they are very, very big and major supporters of like Ruto and the current government in their diaspora, especially in the United States. And what I want to say is boycott. So what has been happening lately, kama kwa mfano, we do know very, very well that the officials of the CBK are here. Na wamekuwa wakicirculate for us who are community organizers. Wametupatia hata flyers, we circulate them around. They are looking for a way that, they can sell us treasury bills and treasury bonds. Like, all these things have been happening under our nose. We need to boycott these things as the diaspora. Our focus right now is to get our country. You remember the time for COVID, we were able to actually run institutions. We were able to, Kenya was able to survive with our remittances, plus other subsidies that were done then. So boycott. There are so many activities that are going that are pro-government right now, and I will call them out one by one whenever I get a chance, but right now it's not the time. I just want to highlight about the CPK governors who have been moving really, really slowly from one state to the other, continue to boycott. I know we have been boycotting kidogo hivi chini bila kuambia wengine, but let's pick up about this stuff. The other thing that I want to mention also, Ambayo, it's common for us. Many of us have resources. We have invested at home. We have hospitals. Start treating people. Start using your ambulances to ferry people. Bring them in. Collaborate with us who have already been on the ground from the get-go. Donate hizo ambulances. I mean, come on, you guys, you know yourselves. Na wengine hata mnanisikiza hapa. That's the other way that we can contribute. We have invested over and up in Kenya, and this is the time to rise up and save our country. So hizo ambulances zenye tumeweka in our hospitals that we run, all those resources, the nurses, the whoever, all those resources, let's bring them up together as we have been doing. Today at least I was able to speak on the specifics. And then the other thing that ningetaka Daktari Miguna Miguna to respond to, the reason that we have seen the comeback of those corrupt leaders and CSS who have been put back is, number one, for voter suppression, and number two, to continue and murder our Kenyan Gen Zs, Kenyan young people as they picket, as they do whatever they're doing. So my main concern are those two things. And actually, for the voter registration and suppression of the IEBC, we know why those CSS were brought in there. Even if we are not waiting for 2027, we still need our children to have their IDs. We still need our kids to have the voters' cards. How do we move that forward, given that those people who are nominated back are supposed to suppress onto that length? Because kumbukeni, watoto wetu wanahitaji IDs. Watoto wetu wanahitaji voters card. Voters card may.
Can you hear Kenyan lady? I cannot hear her anymore.
No, she disappeared.
I can't hear as well. Kenyan lady, can you hear?
To say thank you so much for the platform, Marge and Hillary and Dr. Miguna and Kings.
Yeah,
thanks.
Go on, Kings.
Marge,
Yes, yeah.
maybe, I think Rocky Okari has been here for so long, and then Honorable Nyeko, also Professor Obert, I think something like that. They can go, and then Neto, I've seen you, Karibu Sana, Neto Agustin.
Thanks.
Yeah, maybe you can go now after those three.
Yeah, just a brief one, just a quick rebuttal. The point that Kenyan lady is bringing out about some people in the diaspora supporting the presidency, especially in the US, those are tenderpreneurs. They don't want to speak up, and they're only waiting for chances to cut deals. So when you're told that the eco levy, for the pads there, they want to really have the local manufacturing where we don't have those companies. It's because they've cut deals out there with the people who want to bring in those to come in to set up those companies. But as we wait, are they going to be fast enough? And so yes, we know that there are people who support not just the presidents but the current administration because of corruption. That's the unfortunate thing. And so if you look even at the past voting results of the diaspora, you know the trend how it went. That's the reason why even the current government and the last government do not want to have diasporans actually vote, because they know that if diasporans would vote and even register, we would be really a force to reckon with. So yes, thanks for being very honest and talking about that. But I must also reassure you that even here in Germany, the tenderpreneurs are always just lying low. They can never speak up. At this point, I would like to have a diasporan who supports UDA or Kenya Kwanza come in and say, guys, I support them because of ABC. No, they will disappear. The only time you will see them is when the president is going to the US. As we speak, there's somebody who's even used their credit card to pay for Kenya Kwanza. He's not been paid, he's crying. But who the hell pays for a government? What were you buying? And actually, at this point, I'm going to tell the government not to pay back that money, because there's something he was buying, honestly. Yeah. And that, yeah, so that is the point. So those who are supporting, and they're even looking away when there's an injustice happening, it's just because they are profiting from the regime. That's the chiming in I wanted to put out there. Kingsman, whom did you cue next? And then I see Jerotich is back. Welcome on board. Kingsman? Yeah.
I think Jerotich can
Okay.
go because you had told you had given her the mic, and then after Jerotich, Rokio, and then Honorable Nyeko, Professor
Okay.
Obat, and then you can give also Neto the
Thanks.
mic
Thanks.
that he,
Thanks.
now that he has been late.
Jerotich,
Yeah.
over to you and welcome to the space.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yeah, we can hear you.
Great stuff. Thank you. You know, mine, first of all, thank you for this space. It's been great to be doing a lot of listening. This past month, I have listened and learned a lot. And I don't have very much to say, just three quick points that I'd like to make. First of all, you know, in memoriam, all of those 51 plus Kenyans who have died in this cause, you know, we want to remember them. We want to honor their memory. We never want to forget them until justice is served, because this justice delayed is justice denied, and we're not seeing any justice. You know, I want to agree with General Miguna when he says focus must be single-minded. You know, if we straddle multiple agendas and follow conspiracies down various rabbit holes, we will be systematically picked out and picked apart. And this is what we are already seeing. You cannot ask someone, in this particular case, President Ruto, who has refused to implement the Constitution, to behave in a lawful manner. In fact, today when he spoke out in Bomet, when you hear him speak like that, to change public opinion and begin to actually nod in agreement when our young people are killed, picked out and shot dead. You know, Dada Mkawasi, you said a while ago, not on this particular space, that we need to understand and know our mission, wherein our ideals lie, and thereafter our strategies and our tactics. And in this particular case, I'm fully with Dr. Miguna when he says Ruto must go. If we say we want to do this, you know, reject the recycled CSS, do this, do that, we're going to have a litany of requests and woes. And we're expecting somebody who has refused to implement the Constitution except extremely selectively to behave in a lawful manner. So we must stick to the mission that Ruto must go. Now, I just also want to say that brutality is on the rise. I walked alongside LSK last Monday, tracking the illegal arrests and seeing what happened to our young people. The snail pace of this injustice system is utterly, utterly shocking. And the sheer brutality of the crackdown really completely, you know, amazed me. And I said, this regime is nowhere near stopping. And in fact, all of those 109 Gen Zs who are charged with being drunk and disorderly, for heaven's sake, you know, I looked at them and I said, these are our children. I'm the mother of Gen Zs. And I said, they have been beaten. They were limping. They were struggling. There was this one young lady, Nadia, who had been beaten half to death. How do you go ahead and hurt our children like this? And this regime absolutely does not care. And I spent the following day with them, and I spent, you know, time just listening to them and realizing these are not the criminals, the anarchists, all of this rubbish that is being put on them. And we have to find a way as the wider Kenyan community, because this is not a Gen Z struggle, to get involved. Because these 109 who are charged, who will be back again in court on the 30th of July, who will once again get caught up in this system of injustice, will eventually get tired. We cannot also allow our Gen Zs to be used as fodder for police bullets. And this is linked now to my final comment, which is the intergenerational nature of this struggle has not yet come to bear. You know, we have started to coalesce on social media like we do here, but we are not yet on the streets. And I'm speaking as a Gen Xer, and also the baby boomers who are still able to be on the streets, and the early millennials. We have abrogated our responsibilities, and we need this critical mass. If we're going to sustain Ruto must go, whether it's Occupy, JKIA, or any other place that is public and that we can sustain our action, we can no longer push our children to the front line. And when I say that, I say children not because I'm patronizing them, because they're over the age of 18, they're adults, they know their minds, they know themselves, they're absolutely brilliant. I have spent time on the streets, I've been to most of the demonstrations, walked alongside them, they know exactly what they want. But when I say our children, I'm just creating that knowledge that we have pushed a certain group to the fore, we idealize them, we idolize them, we praise them, and then they're the ones who sleep in Central Police Station without food and with bruises all over their bodies. At some point, there will be no more bones to break, and this is what the regime is counting on. So we need to rise up en masse and say, we are all taking our country back. And if we can get to that point, then what we talk about around the single-mindedness of the mission, Ruto must go, we will then get there. Otherwise, they will pick us out as they're already doing, and we'll be relegated to these spaces. So I just want everyone to be encouraged, those of us who are in Nairobi. I appreciate also the diaspora present space, the request for pathways, for support, financial and otherwise. Let us all pull together, because also the division, the diaspora versus those on the ground, what does that even mean? We are all Kenyans. We understand the Kenyan reality no matter where we live. So it's about the unification and the closing of ranks, even at this moment when the regime believes that it has, scattered us enough that we will not come back together again. And we need to be like that shoal of fish that is swimming in unison in the ocean. You do not know who the leader is and who the head, the tail is, but they will scatter, come back together, and keep moving single-mindedly until they arrive at their destination. And this is the encouragement I'd like to leave us with and say, we cannot lose hope. This is the moment not to let go. This is the moment where we say, actually, we have our mission, we know our ideals, and these are the strategies and the tactics that we will employ. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks, Gerotich. Hillary, were you saying something because there was an echo, or was that from Gerotich still?
No, it was not. It was not mine. I think everything is good now.
Okay. You want to say something, or shall I just proceed?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, Gerotich, thanks so much. The time you mentioned, where was the president today? Sorry, I've forgotten. Didn't he?
The president was in Bomet today.
Yeah, the moment you mentioned Bomet there, you disappeared for 2 seconds, so we couldn't hear you. Then we had you again. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I was just simply saying that when he was in Bomet, even though he was saying that enough is enough and we are coming down hard, I could also tell he went to a so-called safe space. But that space is not as safe as he imagines it is, because it is these same residents that stormed the governor's offices not too long ago, if I'm not mistaken. So wherever he goes, the reception is not as robust or receptive as he would like it to be. So we should not be fooled when such pronouncements are made. The lukewarm response that he received indicates that revolution has seeped into every corner of this country. That's what I was trying to say.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your submission, and really for also coming on board to share with us, and for being on the ground to walk around with the.
Not even I can't hear you.
Okay.
I don't know what is
Can
happening.
anyone hear me?
I can hear you, Maj. I think the problem is with Hillary's mic.
Okay, but Hillary.
I can hear everybody, but I can't hear Maj. It means that Maj has a problem, but no worries.
Okay, I can try. Let me cue somebody else, then I try to drop and come back. Okay, so now that was Rokio, and over to you. 2 minutes, please. Rokio, can you hear us?
Rokio Kari.
Then we go to Prof.
Rokio Kari, are you here? Maybe
there was an Honorable Nyeko.
Honorable Nyeko, go ahead. Then we go to our speakers again.
Prof.
Yes. Good evening, comrade. Am I clear?
Yes, proceed. Proceed,
Yeah.
please. We can hear you loud and clear.
Can you guys hear him? I cannot hear him.
Kingsman, who is speaking?
Okay, Neto, can you hear the speaker?
No, I'm not able to hear him.
Okay.
Thanks much.
Yeah, welcome. So, Prof. Obat, kindly proceed. I think the speaker dropped. I cannot even see him. Prof, please proceed, and then Neto is going to be next.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. This is a beautiful space. I'll be following this. I want to really thank Muger and then Hilary, Kings, and everybody.
Okay, he dropped.
He has dropped as well, so I think Neto
Okay.
can go.
Thank you very much. First of all, Mike, thank you so much for the mic, and apologies. I think I logged in at 7:15, but for some strange reason, I was invisible until like 1.5 hours ago. My apologies. I did apologize for joining in late, but I was on then at 7:15. Second is I'd like to pass my condolences to the fallen comrades over the past couple of weeks. It's sad that we continuously lose people to a trigger-happy regime, but I hope that Kenyans will be able to overcome. The third thing is I'd like to really thank Kenya's diaspora, for the support that you've been giving. I mean, I've just listened to one of the speakers here speak about the support that the Kenyan diaspora has been giving. And I really think that part of the things that we must push when we take over the next government is, we need to have a proper foreign policy that is really Kenyan diaspora looking, to really make sure the diaspora pillar in Kenya's foreign policy is something else that is fairly very solid. Having said those opening remarks, I'll speak 3 points and then support General Miguna with his permission in answering about 2 questions, some of them that were asked that I hope I can then support in answering. Number 1, listening to President Ruto today in Bomet, I was more than ever convinced that this regime is fallen. His regime is collapsed, and if at all you saw his body language, is generally cornered, and he has no more space, and unlike what my colleague George Richard said, that he went to what he thought was safe space. He is like a cat, really cornered in a corner, and so I really think that the regime is falling fast. And in terms of when is what we really need to anticipate that it is falling is beyond. It's very clear right now. I mean, from his remarks and from how he reacted today. But the second thing I'd like to say is that, the president did surpass himself in the past week by just doing very horrendous things, things that are completely unimaginable. He has given us, 4 pressure points, which is actually what I want to stress, because then I'm sure my colleagues are going to speak on other things. By giving us a completely crazy group of cabinet secretaries, people he had asked while dismissed, he provides 4 chances for Kenyans to reorganize properly. Number 1, during the approval hearings of these particular, because there are going to be like 3 or 4 stages before the cabinet secretaries actually, then if at all the regime is still on, there will be 4 categories or 4 steps for them to be approved. Number 1 is the first approval hearings of the committee, the appointment committee of Parliament. That's a space where we can really, of course, again, try have another chance at occupying Parliament and really bring down the regime in terms of showing how the people, some people have mentioned a couple of ministers who have been brought back, who have been engaged in crazy corruption, theft, plunder, and, and that's, it's going to be a chance to really show the whole world how untidy this particular regime has been in terms of, when we highlight the theft and corruption. But of course, giving Kenyans another chance to occupy these places and keeping on the pressure. The second chance, of course, is going to be when, Parliament tries to vet these people. Should Parliament be such crazy to even try and want to vet these Kenyans? That particular day is going to be a chance, for Kenyans to sit down and really go back to Parliament now, this time properly, in a way that Parliament will never forget. The third chance, of course, which, part of the things that a political party that I'm part of, the United Green Movement Party, will be being caught, try and petition if the president really can, within the constitution, really choose or bring back people who are he has dismissed from cabinet, because the constitution really stipulates that once a state officer is been dismissed, then they become disqualified for office. So the United Greenwood Party and a few other people have been called from tomorrow to really petition and ask the High Court if it's possible, even before we vet whether they are thieves or not thieves, if someone who has been erstwhile dismissed can then still qualify for office. But the last pressure point we have in what President Ruto did hand over to us is the day he tries to swear in this group of cabinet at Parliament. That would be a classical chance, the best chance. You have all of them at State House. The swearing in is taking place, and that will be really, really a good chance to organize some things around the State House. But having said that, he has given us a couple of pressure points which are on offer. I'd like to say a third thing that I really like when I heard General Miguna speak to. I think we need unity of purpose. We need a convergence of minds right now. Of course, there are various voices speaking out there, but the best way to deal with nations when we get out of something like what we're just about to get out of, we will be in a revolution. If we do not have a broad coalition of forces, if we do not have a broad coalition of different ideas or different thoughts, then Kenya then would easily slip down a vicious cycle. That is the reason why we might be having differences. Different people have different thoughts, but I really think that one of the things we must do is find unity of purpose. We are Kenyans. This Kenya is ours, and it's fairly, very important. Those are the first 3 points I wanted to make. Now, I want to try and help General with his permission and other speakers to answer a couple of things. I think in the occupation of JKIA, and General has said very well, yes, it's a good point to do, but let us also, in tactical war, of course, you go for, military objectives, strategic and military objectives. So there must be strategic points. So, JKIA, of course, in a strategic point. But again, we must always keep the focus. And General, I think, highlighted very well. The parliamentary square where there's parliament, the offices of government, the offices of the judiciary, that becomes a perfect place to occupy in terms of how we move forward. So yes, whereas it's possible and good thing to try and engage in places that makes the government feel the pain, like JKIA, Mombasa, like I had someone say, at the airport, it's important to keep the focus in where the government is installed, and that's why Parliament, the Supreme Court, State House, and such other places then become strategic places with regard to how to occupy. And of course, some comment that was made, a gentleman in Nakuru having been frustrated, and Marjan, General Miguna did speak to it, a gentleman in Nakuru who has been frustrated that police are brutalizing. The only reason why we find legitimacy is because of the Article 37 provision of the Constitution. We should always be peaceful and unarmed, to protest. If the moment you pick up arms, you then, of course, degenerate in something else, and that, of course, will be a different ballgame. So we must always ensure that we abide by the provisions of Article 37, which is peacefully and unarmed to petition the various authority. I'd like to speak to the last two. The first one is with regard to a comment that was made on the two-third gender rule principle and amendment. So yes, it is important that there are a couple of constitutional amendments that need to take place. But I think what General was speaking to was more that we should avoid right now. What is pressing is not really the constitutional, the two-third gender rule constitutional amendment. At least not for now, until we get this particular regime out of power. But it is true, and it will be important that the two-third gender constitutional principle needs to be enacted. Should we then able to realize the aspirations of the Constitution? So yes, it's an important thing that needs to be done. Just that in the manner of sequencing, it is not that is pressing right now and also urgent. By the way, again, the two-third gender principle is what gives us a chance actually to dissolve this parliament and also to dissolve, to make sure that Ruto goes home, because you remember that particular advisory that was given by Justice Maraga, pursuant to Article 261(7) of the Constitution. So using the provisions actually of the two-third gender rule that the gentleman raised, it is also possible to actually send this particular parliament home, and consequently, of course, the presidency and all of the elections subsequently. So yes, in the long term, is no to constitutional amendments. Lastly, in terms of this particular sector, I'd like to see someone actually talked about to suppress voter registration or voter registration. I really think that what is important in the voter registration process is the nomination and establishment of the IEBC. So whatever we can take, part of the demands that we must make in the next couple of weeks, as we say, Ruto must go, we must also ensure that the IEBC then is in place to make sure that all these Gen Zs who are in the streets participate in the next general election whenever it is held, so that at least their voices is not just heard by manner of the protest, but also in terms of the vote. So what is important is the IEBC. Let's keep the focus, let's push that, and make sure that, before this regime goes home, if at all it takes too long, we must have an IEBC in place so that at least we help us to take Kenya back to constitutionality. Thank you very much, Maj, and I'm happy to support whenever I called upon in the next couple of hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neto. Thank you, Neto, for your submissions. I think what I like to make a rejoinder on is what he purported about, like the president had already gazetted on why he fired all his cabinet secretaries. My question to him, also to Daktari, because initially we had said that we need a multi. We can ensure that we are giving this government, we are giving them hell in terms of operations. Because if indeed he found that these people are not transparent, he had listened to the people and he decided to disband all his cabinet. So then, how did he sanctify them a few weeks later? And then he has also found now that Kinaduale can come back. Today in Bomet, he was at homecoming for David Chirchir for his reappointment back to the cabinet. So legally, is that even feasible? Because you gazetted that you've disbanded your cabinet the next day, and then you've also given clear reason as to why you did. A minute later, the same characters are back. So I don't know, Daktari, you can advise on that if people can go to court and ensure that he does not even proceed with the people that he has proposed back from the ones that he had fired, I think a week earlier. So before you respond, maybe we can give the mic to Prof. I see you're back. Unmute and say hi. Say I'm a Kenyan.
Sorry, am I audible, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. You can go, and then Honorable Nyeko, Daktari, you can make a rejoinder on the questions that have been asked, and then we can add more speakers later.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very happy about this space, and I thank the host and the co-host and all the speakers. And Doctor, I joined when you were elaborating on the key points, and that was amazing. You see my thumbs up and appreciated all you said. That was very detailed. That was very international, and that was very, very empowering. And having said that, I put something on the throne or comment section or something, is how to plan a peaceful protest. Number one is very important, is assembling. Assemble. Number two, organize. Number three, define. Number four, research. Number five, prepare. And number six, notify. Number seven, publicize. And then after that, and then the next one is know your rights in plural. All right. And then the other one is remain peaceful, which the doctor emphasized, which is absolutely paramount. And then the next one is that's protest. So is to do it, is to speak out on issues that we are, as Africans, as Kenya, we are passionate about, which is very simple. A singular goal is that Ruto must go. And when that happens, you've given the light to shine upon not just Kenyan alone. I want to just be on, without making mistakes. It is not Kenya alone. It is the entire Africa. And to add to what Doctor said before, I put on the comment section or something or whatever. I'll do that later if I'm not done it. In 2022, Sri Lankans, they did that. That's not too far away from that. Right? They did that. They hosted, they kicked out the stubborn president, which was a military officer. So that being said, folks, we are not giving up. personally and my team and all the folks I know, when it comes to contribution, when it comes to idea, will support Kenya, and Kenya must succeed. That man, I was in this space when he came, the president of. So that being said, folks, we are not giving up. Personally and my team.
Professor, there's an echo, and maybe you try to land in a minute.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, someone, I don't know, someone was hearing myself. So I think I finished my point really. And then what I will keep saying is that let's not forget those simplicity, and then let's keep on be persistent, and we'll get the result. I want to round up with this. Imagine when you're building a big mansion. What do? You lay the blocks, you lay the foundation, make a concrete foundation very strong, and everybody's sweating, everybody's even getting tired and whatever. And we, have a break and have some meal, refreshment, and come back again the next day, and you're doing the project. It's consistent, right? And you have the finance, everything's in the bank, right? And when the mansion is built, because you didn't stop, what happened? And you'll say, whoa, I will just build this fantastic mansion. And the world is just saying it, like, for example, Sagrada Familia in Spain or Paris, the tower. So this is what we're doing right now. So I want to encourage everybody, let's not give up. Let's publicize it. Let's tell the word, and let's go out there and root out the criminals out of Kenya and the entire Africa. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Prof. And yes, so as we proceed, I would like to encourage Gen Zs who are in the space to request for the bike. And I would like to also underline that we are moving forward also going to give priority to Kenyans in Kenya to come in and also share their point. So, Honorable, 2 minutes, please. I hope you can speak now.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm called Nyako Paul. I'm from Uganda, but I'm currently in the Caribbean. I'm so happy to be here again, and I'm so delighted to be part of this movement. I just want to say that as a Ugandan and as an African, we are so proud of you Kenyans, especially the Kenyan youth. You see now, the wave has reached Uganda, and you heard yesterday or today, our president was warning everyone not to march to parliament. So that is the power of this movement that started from Kenya. It's also moving to some other African countries. So I'm just standing here in solidarity with you people to encourage that we keep the fire burning. Personally, I'm so disappointed with the president of Kenya right now, Mr. Ruto. How can you be like a dog who vomit and then lick out the vomiters? That cannot happen. When he fired all his government, he brought some hope in me. But after a day or two, the dude reappointed everyone from where he fired them from. So literally meaning that he gave Kenyan and African a fat, big middle finger. So my being here, I've been following all these spaces, but today is my greatest day in history that you gave me a mic to speak. It's just to encourage everyone in Kenya, please stand strong. We are with you in prayers. We are in Uganda. We are in other parts of the continent. We are standing with you, and we pray that the change comes to pass. I'm equally disappointed with my cousin, Raila Amolo Odinga, for what is going on right now with the dialogue. The young people of Kenya never call for dialogue. I'm from Northern Uganda, and people of the lake are our cousins. So literally meaning we are all one people. So what he is doing is personal interest, which is not the interest of the fellow Kenyans. Lastly, the energy, the motivation, everything that we are watching on TV, it's giving the wave to all the region of Africa. So we are not talking alone. We are all here following you. It will be very nice that the wave comes to Uganda, goes to Congo, goes to Rwanda, goes to Nigeria, goes to Ghana. Everyone is watching Kenya. So I would like to say thanks so much, and let's keep the power moving. Let's occupy the strategic places like the airport, like what I'm hearing. Those are very nice options. And I'm going to pledge my help. I don't know who to give my help to, but I'm going to put my email on the comment section so that even if $100, even if 500 shilling, Ugandan shilling, I could send it for the youth who are going to be on the street, can buy some water or can treat some injury person. So I'm going to put my email on the comment section. Someone who is reliable can get in touch with me, and I see what I can support as a Ugandan, as a Pan-Africanist, and as an East Africanist. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Honorable Nyeko, maybe you say this is a safe space for you, a Ugandan. I know you've not had such a. You can say here, Museveni must go, and you are safe here.
Kingsman, stop. Kingsman is my little brother. He's always a catalyst. Don't mind
Okay,
him.
Museveni should go. Museveni should go. Are you tired?
Okay. Okay, I think Maji, open your mic, but I can't hear you still. But it's okay. You go ahead. I've seen Dr. Ria as
Yes.
but Honorable Nyeko, let us be in touch. Okay, Kingsman, what I say?
So let me do this, Hillary. Let me. Dr. will go, and then I'll log out and come back again because you cannot hear me. Dr. feel free to chime in just before a minute before that. Nyeko, I have a feeling at the moment that Ruto is trying to bring in Uganda. You know, the techniques that are being used in Uganda, in Kenya, the catch and release, and this is going to destroy the youth. I know of people who were actually abducted in Uganda. They use the military. They start with the police, and at one point they use the military. And the kind of stress these people are having, because now they're abducting men. But you know the African nature, men are mostly taught not to speak out. So these people are not going to go for therapy. Then they realize months later, when they're walking on the street and they hear an ambulance, they start running crazy. So the damage that the government is doing to the young generation is really enormous. And to me, it looks like it's a textbook from Uganda. But thanks for joining us. Dr. go on as I log out and come again so that Hillary can hear me.
Thank you, Hilary, and thank you, Marge, and everybody else who has spoken. I'll start by saying that as someone who has been abducted several times, tortured several times, sedated once, and forced into exile more than once, actually 3 times, 1988, 2018 twice. I would like to encourage everyone that these atrocities and abuses do not break committed and focused revolutionaries and fighters for justice. They may think that they have broken some of us, but in the whole, it steals us. It makes us more defiant. It makes us more fearless. So let's not fear for the people they have abducted, tortured, and released. If someone wanted to betray the cause, let them not use the abductions, the torture, and then the release as the excuse. If you wanted to join Ruto and don't give the excuse that it is because he arrested you. A committed fighter for freedom will not be broken even in death. We saw it when Patrice Lumumba was abducted, degraded, tortured, and he died with his head held up in 1964. Patrice Lumumba remains as the symbol of African defiance in the face of atrocities. And Ruto cannot be compared to the Belgians in Congo, or Mobutu in the Congo, or Amin in Uganda, or any of these characters who have tried to cling to power through brute force and failed. William Ruto is not more powerful than the Napoleon. All right? William Ruto is not more powerful than all the big dictators like Ceausescu or Marcos of the Philippines. William Ruto is actually a small, tiny insect compared to those dictators. And therefore, William Ruto cannot defeat the people of Kenya. Let us make that very clear. It does not matter what he does. It does not matter how brutal he becomes. It does not matter how desperate he becomes. It does not matter the kind of threats he gives. Let us be resolved. Let us resolve and say that William Ruto will not break the people of Kenya down. He cannot defeat 54 million people. One. Number two, the struggle is protracted and must be protracted. The struggle cannot have one formula. It cannot have one form. It cannot have one way. So therefore, we must adopt many, many ways of weakening William Ruto, of spreading him thin, of disorganizing him, of confusing him, and then defeating him. So whoever wants to occupy strategic public spaces, do so. Do so in large numbers. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter for how long. We prefer that tactically this should be for many days running because you don't want to give him a break. It has been actually tactically wrong to say we are going to have our protest on Tuesday and Thursday only. I don't know what that noise is, but I'm saying it is.
Sorry, I think Devina, please mute your mic. Go ahead, Dr.
It is strategic and tactical mistake to tell William Ruto in advance that we are going to only protest against you on Tuesdays and Thursdays so that he can prepare, he can reorganize, he can re-strategize, he can rearm, he can redeploy his goons and his police to different places because we've already announced what we are going to do. I believe that starting Tuesday, let us give William Ruto a fight to the end. Let us not give him any breathing space. Let us not retreat. Let us not go home. Let us not allow him to rearm. Let us weaken him and exhaust him until he falls. Somebody asked, third point, what are the steps, practical steps to remove him? There is only one practical step. They are not steps. Once we occupy everywhere and we weaken William Ruto with continuous protests, like in Sri Lanka, or like in Sri Lanka in 2022, like in Philippines before and other countries, he will fall. William Ruto will fall. The world will abandon him. Everybody, including his allies, will run for their lives because they know when we catch them, they will be in jail, and he will naturally fall. So there is no way of saying there are practical steps. There is only one practical step, and that is protests. The third or fourth point, I have heard people say reforms. We don't want reforms. This word reforms make me mad because these are the things that castrated our revolutions throughout history. The moment you bring this drip, little changes, it's like applying deodorant on a skunk. The skunk will smell even more. You don't want deodorant on a skunk. We want a total, complete overhaul. Anna Ali said, what was Ruto looking for? Because he held space, he bought Otero, he took him to State House, gave him a fake, maybe tie, gave him some money, crumbs, and let them co-host his space. They said about 120,000 Kenyans attended. And yet William Ruto says nobody did attend. So clearly he was looking for someone. Maybe he was looking for us, the people in this group, to join, and we didn't, for good reasons. Because what is it that we are going to talk with William Ruto about? We saw how he treated the journalists, Linus Kaikai, Ageo, and Eric Latif. They went there to do their jobs. They asked him questions on behalf of Kenyans, and he treated them with total disrespect. He refused to answer any of the questions that he was asked. And he basically abused Kenyans. He said a little child who had been killed by the police was not shot 8 times, but the child died. Does it really matter whether the child was killed by 1 bullet or 8 bullets? You see, that's where William Ruto is, a narcissist. He can't even accept what is right in front of his eyes. So the other point, and this is where I'm going to land, the diaspora has made great offers, and they have said they would want to contribute towards the cause. I want us to be careful, and I want us to be strategic. We cannot discuss contributions or mchanga or whatever you want to call them on this space right now, today. Let us have a different space where the diaspora will only discuss contributions and how they can contribute materially or financially to the cause. It could be any day, but let's dedicate a day for doing that. We'll set up a group and we'll pick the most honest among the diaspora to be responsible for that contribution. It would not be one person, because that's a dangerous thing. You cannot expect one person to account fully for what nobody else observed. It would have to be more than one person, more than two, more than probably three. Three is a good number, but it could be more. We must have accountability. We must have transparency. We must do it better than Ruto is doing. Because everybody is just doing these things thinking that we expect the person to be quote unquote good. So you are expecting the person to be good, but what if they're not? You would have no recourse. So let's always organize ourselves better than Ruto would or is. And we know he's a thug, but we know that thuggery will not prevail this time. I will land. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harry. Let me test my mic now. If Hillary can hear me, I was thrown out.
No, you're good. You're good. You're sounding good.
Okay, I had to. Yes.
They mess up your mic, but you're now fully back. Thank you. Go ahead. I know what happened. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So thanks, Dr. Terry. Let's go to Wizard, then Winnie and Eriko in that order. Oh, sorry, Kim. I see you. Welcome on board, Kim. So Wizard, Winnie, Eriko, and then Kim. Wizard of Oz. See what happens when people use nicknames.
Hello.
Peter Maina,
Yes, Maj. Thank you very much for the mic. Good evening, everybody. Much appreciate. I appreciate a lot for the mic and the opportunity to speak. And I want first of all to appreciate the job you guys are doing. You're doing a great job, and the rewards will be high. So thank you so much. So, and I want to just maybe to emphasize a little bit of saying that we need to put more pressure. We need to put more pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure. This is what will make Ruto move. Otherwise, if we relent, if we start like what I'm seeing, people fighting on Twitter or arguments, we want to be here, we want to be there. We need to put pressure on those pressure points. As Dr. has said, we need to be strategic in whatever we want to do. So we want everybody to come out in every town and every city so that he can see that he doesn't have support. And if we do that for like 2 or 3 days consecutively, I don't think he can be able to stand anymore because he's standing on a very, very shaky ground. I believe so. And today, everybody heard how arrogant, and vindictive, how arrogant he is. He says that he called for a space and we ran away. And you see, and there are people, the last time I checked, I saw, because the space is recorded, you can access it. There are so many people in that space, but he says that we ran away. So this guy is very dishonest. So what do you expect from such a leader who stands in front of the people and he says they called me for a dialogue, and when I went there, these people, all of them ran away and they left me there alone. So you can see what kind of a person we are dealing with. Secondly, I would want to say that he is very vindictive, and the threats he's putting around are real. So people should not make any mistake of thinking that he's not going to act on those threats. He's going to do it. The best way to prevent that to happen is to put pressure so that he feels that he cannot do whatever he wants. Because for him, he's going to be brutal. And I expect him to be more brutal because he is desperate. He wants to stop us. And the best way he can do that is to pick me tomorrow, the other person the next day, like that, so that he make us weak and we lose hope. And we cannot afford to lose hope because
We lost him. Oh, okay. And then he dropped. So Eric, I think the other speaker dropped also. Eric and then Kim. Winnie had dropped. Eric, can you hear me? If you cannot hear me, Kim is gonna go. Kim, please proceed.
Thank you, Mudge, and I have so much great respect for you, and I'm very in awe and almost intimidated by being on this platform with so many people I respect politically and ideologically. What I want to say is I'm speaking from South Africa, and we've just undergone an election which has seen South Africa go back to colonial. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to get out of a very noisy space. We've seen an election which has taken us back to sitting in a government with a colonial master, with a party that supported white supremacy. So at a time when South Africa is going backwards, it is so encouraging to see the people of Kenya on the streets marching for true democracy. I'm a writer and I've written quite a bit about Ruto, about how he has enjoyed the red carpet of the US and lavish meals while his own people have struggled with growing unemployment and daily expenses. And I think what we're seeing, and I am encouraged, I think that we're seeing the death, it may not be now, but of leaders such as Ruto, and in our own case, such as Cyril Ramaphosa, who has actually sided with white imperialism and it kneels down before them, and by doing so have sold their own people. And I think the days are numbered for these people. We're seeing different types of leadership and people power emerging on the continent. And I think the Kenyan people, I can just say that for those in South Africa who are impoverished, and these are the African majority, the Kenyan people are of great inspiration. The party that I've been associated with, the Economic Freedom Fighters of Julius Malema, has pledged its great support for the people of Kenya. And that's very much what we need in our own country. But we have yet to see the bravery of ordinary people going out into the streets. And in the last article I wrote, I spoke about how people in Uganda and across the continent are being inspired by the people of Kenya. And I think it's going to take a bit of time, but we're going to see a new model of democracy, a homegrown democracy, which places great value on the sovereignty of people of Africa. And we even see, just to conclude, the people in Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali also demanding a different type of reality, a different type of tomorrow, which is going to serve the young people of their own nations. And I see this as a very exciting move. I'm a bit older, I may not see that in my lifetime, but I think Africa is destined towards a different future determined by its youth, not by its old leaders who are beholden to Western governments. And for me, I just see Ruto, I'm quite disgusted by how he has embraced Western leaders. And as a white person, as a white settler in South Africa, I've written a lot about white supremacy. And you know how African leaders and have sold out to Western nations, but they will never get the affirmation of those leaders. They will always be regarded as second-rate citizens. Honestly, to me, Ruto is losing his dignity, not only in Africa, but internationally. But I wish you all well, and I'm so impressed by the level of ideological clarity. I know when the doctor spoke about Thomas and Carr in your last session, I actually wept because to me, he's the greatest leader we've ever seen in Africa. And it's so sad that what we're seeing today is a fraction of those leaders. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us who want to see Africa be freed that we evoke the spirit of such leaders that unfortunately were assassinated by the hand of white people. But thank you for the opportunity. I'm listening with such interest and such love for people who are just wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kim, for always listening to our spaces and also for joining and, sharing your support from South Africa. We really appreciate. Thanks again. And those who love reading, like Kim said, she's a writer, get on and read her books also. And let's just keep connecting and also learning from different people from different parts of the world. We go to Mike, and I want to really encourage Gen Zs and Kenyans in Kenya to request for the mic, and then as we proceed that way. And Neto and Gerotich, should you want to chime in at any point, just open your mic. Same to Kingsman and Hillary. And Dr. You let me know also when you are ready to answer the questions before I cue you in. So Mike, over to you. And you can use either Swahili or English. We're not only speaking in English here. So I just wanted to just repeat that again. Mike? And if I call you thrice, and you don't respond, I'm going to take you off because those are the people who come in and clog the spaces. So, Mike, over to you.
Okay, hi. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay. First of all, let me say I'm just glad that we've taken this step as the young people of Kenya. I'm glad that we're trying to take the country in the right direction. I was watching the news today and I was actually very perturbed by Ruto's remarks, terming the Gen Zs as faceless anarchists who trying to steer the country in the wrong direction. Yet he wants us to come to the table and talk to him. Yet the demands that we tabled, he's not even yet satisfied either of them. We asked him to overhaul the cabinet. We asked him to dismiss the cabinet, and he nominated a new one. And out of the people that we wanted out of the cabinet, he went back and returned the same people. I think he's trying to look for he's trying to look for the person who's financing this protest. And if he were here, I'd have told him he is our biggest financier. He is the person who is financing us. He's the person who is fueling our rage because he's not ready to listen to us. Gone are the times when you lead people in the direction that you want. This is a democracy. Kenya is a growing democracy. So he has to listen to the people. He has to take the country in the direction that the people want and not the direction that he wants. I think going forward, things are going to be much messier. Things are going to be much harder for him because we're not going to relent. We're not going to take a step back in any way. We will have to make sure that he listens to us, and whatever it is that we want, he will have to do it. He said that he will protect the country, he will protect life, he will protect the people. And I will tell him this if he's listening. We will come peacefully, but we will not relent. He has to acknowledge that the people are the sovereign power of the state. He has to acknowledge that we are the people who gave him the power that he has, and he has to acknowledge that he has to listen to whatever it is that we're saying. So I will urge all of us, whoever is listening, I will urge all of us to come out in large numbers. Let's marshal in large numbers. Let's come out. Let's fight this. Let's march together. Let's ensure that whatever it is that the lives that we've lost, let's not have lost them in vain. Let's make them count. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike, for your submission. And so moving forward, I'd like to suggest, kindly mute, Mike. I'd like to suggest that, of course, in the group, in the forum, we are in agreement that the sentiments of the president were actually uncalled for, and more of catalyzing and gaslighting, and also the nomination of the cabinet. Some of them were recycled. So moving forward, would we please while taking all the 2 minutes each, concentrate on the solutions and next pressure point. And so 1 minute go on the solution, and the next minute, if you have a question to the panel, you push it, because we still have over 100 people on the speaker who are requesting for the mic. And meanwhile, the invited guests, feel free to chime in at any time. We need Justice Masimba in that order, 2 minutes each. We are concentrating on the solutions for next week. Yes.
Also, we got our niche in. Thank you so much for the chance. I'm Winnie Agency from Nairobi, Kenya. We are irritated by the president's response today. He said we are faceless, tribeless, but I think he's testing our fearless part, which will show him that we are indeed fearless by turning out in large numbers on Tuesday. Then I have a question to Dr. Miguna. There is a post he made last week, but the one when the Mandamano was starting. The issue of Githurai massacre, he said that some people were incinerated in Kawa barracks. I want him to clarify that point, because we are friends there, and they said it's not possible for people to be cremated. Or they were not actually. There were no cremation in Kawa barracks. Can he clarify, please? Because we want facts. We don't want to go with rumors. We are fighting for our nation, and we don't want to fight with rumors. We want to fight with facts. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Winnie, for joining us, and also for the questions. He had actually clarified that in the beginning, but let me give him this opportunity to give a summary. But while we are at that, let's really share the space again, so that people do not come and ask. Really, it's good that you're asking. You don't ask questions that were already discussed. But I see he's raising his hand. He's going to respond to you. Thanks, Winnie. Over to Dr.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Winnie, let me repeat what I said before, and I've said this several times. Number one, anybody who defends the regime, anybody who defends a murderous regime, is not on the side of the revolution. Whenever you hear an allegation against the regime, be quick to support the allegation and be quick to blame the regime. That's rule number one in a revolution. Never ever support the regime, because that's how to delegitimize it. Number two, a regime that can abduct people from their homes, and this, or even from the street, and these people's bodies or corpses are found in dams, in dump sites, and in quarries. some of them decapitated, is a regime that can do anything to survive. Number three, we have information that more than 300 people are missing in and around Nairobi. This is a fact. It's not rumors. We do not know where these people are. Nobody has told us where they are. The state that is paid to protect these people and to be able to provide this information has not provided it to us. These people were participating in the protests. Therefore, any person who is a freedom fighter must assume that these people are dead and their bodies have not been found. Therefore, to dismiss the information some of us received that they incinerated these bodies or cremated them in Kawa barracks would tend to be a support for a murderous regime. Number four, this regime and the regimes before it have human incinerators all over the place. I know of the ones at the headquarters of the NIS on Kiambu Road. They do have already cremators and incinerators. And they can also use incinerators for animals. If many of you have a clear recollection, you will remember the man who died in Ruiru at a factory, who burned to death, and they could not even find his teeth. They do have the ability to disappear you and incinerate you, or burn you, or cremate you. So anyone who wants to challenge anything I say to you, the onus is on you to table the evidence that contradicts me. Until you do so, focus like a laser beam on the struggle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Just a moment, Hilary, I wanted to explain something to Winnie. Winnie, just to add on to what Dr. has said, where did you say you're dialing in from? Nairobi?
I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. Yeah.
Nairobi. So imagine ukipotea pahali na mimi niseme Winnie amepotea. Then Hilary anakuja anasema Winnie hajapotea. So you see, Hilary lazima mimi ni mwenye anasema Winnie hajapotea, lazima akuja proof. Because tukiconcentrate kwa ile inasema that Winnie has not disappeared, if you indeed has disappeared, you know nobody is going to find you. But if we go by saying, okay, Maj is saying Winnie amepotea. Mwenye anasema Winnie hajapotea, atuonyeshe Winnie hajapotea. And in that way, utapatikana. So it's not only what Miguna said that is being disputed by a lot of people. This is propaganda that's going on. So you find that one person says A, instead of people coming to really table evidence against it, they just say the person is lying. But in real sense, when people have disappeared, we will never know. And they're pushing out that propaganda everywhere to just make sure that the truth is buried somewhere. So if you hear something, please tell those people, okay, if you think it's not true, give us the evidence that is so true. So that way we're going to save more lives. That way we're going to really have a situation whereby we are communicating and we're even seeing the evidences. We should be asking for evidences of that, the thing that we're being told. Thank you. Hilary?
Yeah, thank you so much, Maj. Thank you so much, Dr. for explaining that. I think those who have been here, Dr. has been explaining this thing over and over, but now I think it is clear, and maybe we will go back to recordings, then you listen to it. Also, kuna wale wanauliza Maji, kwani hakuna Kiswahili hapa? Tunasema ya kwamba
Hillary, on the on the Githurai thing, I have information that those people, the police were shooting at people in a market incessantly, like they were just shooting. So there's a probability that so many people were killed, as Daktari is alluding to. And then also remember, not everyone has got access to internet, or they also have access to spaces like we do, or maybe they're on X, whereby maybe someone is missing, and then we go to their handle and say maybe release someone, or or run like a hashtag, like the release Guido Nani. So not everyone has got that ability. So many people are not on these social media apps. People are not. They cannot. The best they can do is go to the police station, and you could see the police station saying, like the other day, they said the guy that was murdered outside Parliament. I think the records at City Mortuary, they were saying like he died from mob justice. So we can really not trust whatever this government is telling us until they prove otherwise. They come with that information that Daktari is talking about, and then they say that this is the evidence we have. These people that are saying have been maybe cremated, no, they are not, and then they are alive and they are here where they are.
Sawa sawa, tulikuwa tunahimiza watu ya kwamba Kiswahili, kama unaweza zungumza Kiswahili, Maji alisema zungumza tu, come to just speak Swahili, usijali, itisha tu mic alafu pewe pia uzungumuze Kiswahili. Kama unaweza zungumza Kiingereza na kama ni Sheng pia ni sawa, hamna shida. Watu wote uzungumuza tu lugha yote ambayo watu bora watu wanaweza elewa, Kiingereza ama Kiswahili. Sawa, Maji, back to you.
Thank you so much. Wangulani Masimba, minute each. Sorry, 2 minutes.
I thought I was online, but it's okay. I'll admit.
Sorry, Justice. I actually skipped you. Justice Masimba and then Wangulani.
Thank you and good evening, all. I must take this moment to continue condoling with the fellow soldiers who have laid their life and their blood for the sake of our country. And I am here to remind them that their blood was not shed in vain. On that very day that Dr. is referring to, where people are questioning whether there was an incinerator that day. I happened to be in both situations. Actually, I was in town, right at the center and the heart of it all, and I got shot. I was shot 3 times. I've healed now, and on my way back, I was also moving that evening to Kawa Sukari, which is a long, thick road. No vehicles were moving. The vehicles which could move were up to Roysambu because Githurai was a chock-a-block. No vehicle could pass. So I jumped off the lift I was having and took a motorbike. And I can attest to you, that even the motorbikes who had the bravery and courage to ride through Githurai that day, whatever that guy did, even me, I was like, that was out of this world. He rode through it. The live bullets were bursting through our ears as we were passing. Lucky enough, they did not catch me. That would have been my second scenario. But the things we observed as we were passing through, that's not a country you can imagine. And the death that came out of it, because this guy is killed and they pick in the ambulances and run away with them. And my first stop, because I was supposed to stop at Aga Khan TRM, they'd closed. So next stop, I stopped at Rehema. That's where I got treated of my injuries. And we had so many cases of people who had been shot from Githurai. Check, go and visit those hospitals that day. Look at their recording, including fatality. And those who died who had gone to KU referral hospitals were in numbers. So when this guy stand around and say that it was only probably one and all these things, is an insult to our intelligence. And that was just my personal experience. I had experienced brains being blown off in the road next to Parliament. I'd seen several deaths that very day before occupation of Parliament. We were right at the center of these things, and I've just confirmed that I was a victim, treated as well. So I'm happy that I have healed. That following day, I followed up a number of friends of ours who were affected at Kenyatta National Hospital. And a number of, some of you were with me in the hospital when we visited them. And even today, I would still urge you, if you can visit them, like Ward 6 in Kenyatta has been, specifically, there's a ward that is dedicated to the victims of demonstration. And then when you sit down with these guys, visit so that you renew your understanding and your indignation even to engage further. When I visited them, Some can't walk, some need wheelchairs, some can't lift their hands. They need strappers to hold their hands. And then they have varying different situations. And the worst of it all was the psychological state they were in. Most of them were wondering whether what they'd engaged in was in vain. And I had to just, again, inspire them and give them hope. And I believe even if you didn't have a hope enough or a reason to come out and bring down this draconian government, visiting those fellas, visiting those brothers and sisters is sufficient reason enough.
Yeah.
That
Please try to
evening,
land.
yes, that very evening I visited the morgue as well. In Kenyatta alone, they registered that Thursday, the Thursday we're talking about incineration. They'd registered 11 live bullet shots. There were already 3 recorded fatalities. Others were in critical situations. Yeah, so these guys can't just run away and deceive and spread lies the way they're continuing. Just to land, would call out comrades again. It's another day, it's another season, and there's another time. That is Tuesday next week. It is us to further, press further on our strategy. We need to keep on the messaging. I would call upon members to keep messaging. We need a moratorium on any trade, on any lending, on any borrowing, or even payment of loans on behalf of Kenya by this guy. And we need to intensify our strategy also in communication, because right now he's really trying to use the mainstream media to talk to our parents, to talk to our fathers, and to badmouth us, divide and conquer. So we also got to need to intensify on our propaganda and exposing him whoever he should be. Ladies, if you've ever worked for a cause, I think it's the time. Camouflage with them. Let's expose these guys. Let's embarrass them. They are actually bringing themselves down. It's a reflexive action. And then again, let's turn out. Let's not just be behind the keyboard or in the spaces alone. When we're called out to come out, I think it's necessary. But then we need to come out strategically. We need to organize ourselves in an undefeatable manner and make sure that we send this message once and for all and loud and clear to a point that this guy would not sit back and call us, faceless, formless. He should know that we have a form, we have structures, we have
Juma,
organization and we have leadership. Thank you. I know I've surpassed my time. My
Yes,
apology,
Juma, and
but I
others who
look
wanted to
forward to
speak. But thanks so
communicating.
much for your
Yes.
info, and do share also that info via a tweet so that we can retweet, and then because that is vital information that you're sharing there. And for those who are coming to say that others are giving false information when it comes to death, this is a very serious information that one would, if it turns out to be false, it would have really grave consequences. So please do not dismiss people. Find evidence to show that they're not telling the truth. Wangulani, then Dr. Owiti. 2 minutes each now, for real. And
Hello all.
sorry, before you go, Wangulani, Peter was dropped off air when he was speaking. Peter, kindly just finalize, and then Wangulani can go.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I got dropped. I don't know how it happened. That was very weird the way it happened. I think the government is trying to do everything possible to scatter us and make sure that we do not come together. So as I was saying, that let's put pressure on those points that will really work. So if we decide that we want to occupy spaces, let everybody come out in large numbers, every town, every city, and we put pressure, because if we do that, he's not going to recover. But if we relent, he's going to come back and very strongly. As I was saying previously, that you see, like today, he was threatening us. And I want you to believe that he's going to come back very, very strongly, very hard, very brutal. So if we don't remove him, he's going to be very, very brutal. So we don't have a chance. We don't want to give him an option. We make sure that he goes, because if he doesn't go, we will suffer big time. He is very vindictive. I remember when people breached parliament, he said that people must be held accountable. And you see his system, the way he's holding people accountable, he's not even taking people to court. He's abducting people, he's killing them, he's torturing them, and then killing them and dumping their bodies, incinerating their bodies. That is not a person, that is not a human being. This guy is an animal. And you see, he's using the church. He's going to church every Sunday. He's following. Their church people are the ones who are giving him this support and wherever, whereas we are fighting him, and the people in the church really need to rethink their way. Even if they are playing God, they need to really think about it. It is very bad that the people who are supposed to tell him you cannot do A, B, C, D, they are the people giving him that support. They are giving him that platform, you know. And that's why our parents, is very difficult to our parents, really, many of them do not really believe that what we are doing is right, because they look at him as a man of God. But really, is he a man of God? I doubt it. So
Thank you so much, Wayne.
yes, so I would urge
Uh,
comrades to come out in numbers and let's push him out. We don't have an option. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your submission, and we appreciate always you coming and also giving some ideas on the same. Guys, I know some people coming in and dropping. Check your Twitter handle. It is not the space. I've noticed that it is your handle. Check what is happening or restart your phone so that you don't complain. And so many people are requesting. So we are trying our best to get people on board. Who is coming next, March?
Next we have Wangulani, then Owiti. And like said, the main speakers, if you want to chime in, just feel free at any time. And you also, I've also dropped twice, so it's a technical thing. It's the targeting the space, so we are not removing or dropping anyone. Wangulani, 2 minutes each now, guys. We still have over 100 requests. I'm gonna be now very strict, and so after 1 minute, you're gonna see my hand up. That means you have a minute left. So Wangulani.
Hello all. Okay, so I'll be very brief. So today we saw that the president was very arrogant, and that means that there are people who are giving him confidence to be that arrogant. So I suggest that we identify these people who are basically the politicians supporting him, and maybe some of the rogue police officers, and identify their businesses and maybe their homes, and we can occupy those business premises that belong to them, thus making it very hard for them to do business, disturbing their peace at home. I'm not saying that we should raid their businesses, because I don't encourage violence. So we should just occupy their business premises and their homes. In this way, we will be applying pressure on them. Once they start feeling the pressure around their places, they will not have peace, and thus they will stop misadvising Ruto. And they will also start advising him to let go, because they will start to realize that if all Kenyans don't have peace, they can not also have peace. That's all.
Thank you so much. I'm actually of a contrary opinion about occupying business premises, because that can really be used to divide the citizens, and it's like a livelihood, like the Kenya we live in. When somebody goes for business, they're going to bring the food back to their child. So if that is, and it's not even the one that you targeted, but then you end up blocking another person, so that's something that's going to bring division, and it's gonna be like some sort of vigilantism. But I stand free to be corrected as we move to Owino, Dr.
Maj, I think you're right. Let's not turn citizen against citizen. Let us target Ruto, his regime, and their enablers, like Raila Odinga. Ruto, his regime, and his enablers.
Thank you so much, Dr. That's what I wanted to echo and merge what you have said. Let us not target the people's business because they need unga like us. Always let us target the public places. That's the way we are saying parliament and any other place which is public but not business people. I want to say 8,000 people are crying here. Follow me, follow each other. Let us follow each other so that when we have these spaces, it's very important. I'm just calling upon. I see some people are saying I'm new here. Is when I'm joining. Thank you so much for coming on board, and also make sure that you follow the spaces so that when you have a space, you can see what is happening. Dr. Wen is coming in.
Yes.
Okay, Witty, go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Miguna, thanks so much for being here. First and foremost, allow me to set my profile right. I'm Dr. Owiti Owayo. I contested for the Kibra parliamentary seat in 2019, following the demise of Ken Okoth. I'm a graduate from the University of Nairobi. I studied philosophy. And the reason why I'm joining this platform is because I have been a victim of torture and abduction. In 2021, as a student of Miguna, actually, I was at the forefront to speak against the brutality which was ensuing in the country at that time. That was during the era of the CS of Interior Matiang'i, and just as Miguna is actually very focused on ensuring that we have a regime that respects constitutionality, constitutionalism, blah blah blah. I believe that as a young man, I have the ability to express myself without being called or without being coerced by any person, as long as I observe the rule of law, and I also observe the constitutionalism of this country. Actually, after suffering unduly, because I was abducted, I was taken to the Ndasolera prison. I was moved from the Ndasolera prison and taken to Kiambu, and this suffering has never been brought to any public domain. The kind of suffering I underwent in 2021 in the hands of Matiang'i, who claimed that I had the ability to kill him. Actually, he reported me to the police. He took me to the DCI on account that I wanted to kill him. And basically what I was telling Matiang'i, I was telling him that you are in a public office and you must ensure that whatever you do to a fellow human being, you should expect the same to be done to you.
Yeah.
And I also want...
could you kindly land, because we're giving people 2 minutes each. Please take your...
So
okay.
the reason why I'm bringing this to the public is because there are so many young people, there are so many Kenyans who are suffering unduly. They are willing and ready to join the revolution, but they're afraid that when they're abducted, when they're taken to prison, nobody cares about that. So Dr. Miguna, I can request you, I'm requesting you here to be at the forefront to ensure that any patriot, any person who comes out to fight against the brutality in this country, the atrocity in this country, actually is in your record, so that they find a way of being helped here and there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kenyan checklist. I'm so sorry. Good that you're raising your hand. I really have not forgotten about you. Take a go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Now, are we allowed now to speak our mind without
From
fear?
the very beginning, you were allowed. Just stay within those 2 minutes, please. Yeah. Over to you.
Maybe I want to first of all ask a question. You know, we have to get a clear direction on where we are going, and we also have to get rid of people who are taking advantage or the opportunists, people who are not clear on what they want. Let me call out Miguna. Miguna is not helping us in any way. He is a lawyer. Our people are being taken to for custody. Miguna has not helped even one single a protester.
No, let me ask
who,
you. Let me
I was
ask you. No,
quiet.
hold on. If you have a
Just let him let
Twitter.
him speak.
Yes, I want
Let him
to
speak.
let him speak, Dr. Ray, but he has a Twitter handle, and to come and blame you as a lawyer for not having helped.
You said we are all on the right on the
so
same.
Kenya, can you please let me speak?
Kenya, checklist. The direction.
So what I'm going to say here is
Maz,
that,
can you hear him? I can't hear him at all.
no, I think Hillary has
No,
muted him.
It's muted.
So I'm going to tell you people, all of you, some of you are sycophant. You went in and refused to think. You followed your favorite politician. You were a sycophant. Now, when they turn against you because politicians are the same, you come here and start blaming people. We are not going to be that emotional dustbin where you come to insult people or to attack people personally. So if you have a personal attack against anyone, you are on Twitter, you can use that Twitter handle to attack that person. If you're coming to contradict their idea, you're free.
Anatype hapo ati sijui ana text kwa hizi tweet, tunafaa tunawa assume bro, because hakuna kitu wanatuambia. Tunafaa tunawa assume, sisi tunaendelea mbele kupush tag zetu. Ile time unachukua kureply kwa hizo text zao is the more you are pushing their hashtags. Na tufai kuwa push, we assume them but we keep our gospel moving. Comrades, viva, this thing is ours, na hakuna kurudi nyuma, na hakuna kuogopa. Na wale wanatu represent kwa TV pia represent anywhere. Kama unatoa maposta, toa posta kama zote. Asanteni sana, bado niko. Acha tusikie wengine pia wakiongea. Bado nitakuja tena niongee, niendelee kupush the fire. Viva comrades, asanteni sana. Kimuzi and the rest pia.
Shukran sana. Said.
Asante sana kwa kunipea mic. Mimi ningesema aje, kwanza Ruto asikizi watu kwanza vizuri. Kazi yake imekuwa mnanisikia? Kazi yake imekuwa tu kusema tu hao vijana ni criminals na vitu zingine yenye hakuna. Na hataki kusikia. Kila wakati tunamwambia tusikize, na hii cabinet yake yenye ameleta saa hii ni hakuna youth moja hata mwenye tunajua, wote ni watu wa politician ndio wamekuja hapo tu. Wenye wamepea pesa yeye ili ape kiti tu. Sasa hapo hakuna kitu amefanya. Amerudisha tu wale wenye wamefuta tu, amerudisha na wamepea pesa. Sasa Ruto kama yeye ni mtu mzuri, acha tu asikize tu vijana wenye wanasema. Na kesho kwanza tunatokea vizuri. Na lazima, na hii watu wanaua, unajua hadi dunia mzima inaangalia yeye Kenya anafanya. Sasa asituchezee tu, acha tu aendelee tu kucheza, lakini 2027 kwanza tunamtoa yeye mbio. Hatuwezi bembeleza. Na anasema ati na kesho kwanza, kesho ndio itakuwa mbaya sana kwanza. Kesho tunatokea vibaya. Na tutokee kesho inshallah. Sasa mimi ningesema hiyo. Na hiyo cabinet yenye sasa anataka kuleta nyingine yenye amesema amebakisha bado. Na hizo kama anataka kusikiza hata asikie tu kwenye Baba Wino na Edwin Sivona Kenya wanasema, hata hawa watu wakisikiza tuko mbele, lakini hakuna kitu anasikiza. Anasema tu yeye anasema tu ati hawa watu wenye sijui wako kwa X, hawa watu wenye wako kwa X, ama hawa watu wenye hao vijana leaderless nini, na anasema ati haoni watu. Sasa mimi nashindwa aoni aje, na watu wameshajitokeza, wameongea Kenya wanataka, point zao yote iko clear kila mahali. Sasa yeye na anasema mimi hata nimeshindwa kitu ya kusema haki wallahi. Mimi nashindwa sasa, anasema watu ati amesema ati tumwambia yeye atoe cabinet, ametoa ati sahi ati amesema watu wakuje tuongee. Aliita nani sasa yeye? Hakuna mtu mmoja yenye ameita yeye, ni amekaa na yeye. Nataka kukaa na yeye, atoke tu, resign tu Ruto. Ruto must go bro. Mimi nimemalizia hiyo, asanteni sana.
Shukran sana bro. Nataka sasa is the ladies to take the mic. Tuanzie Mrs. Odhiambo, then Tabs, then Grace, then Milan. Miss Odhiambo, mic ni yako, unainua mkono.
Hello.
Tunakusikia.
Hello. Good morning. Mnanisikia?
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay, let me hand over the mic to my husband because he's been raising his hand. He couldn't.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, my name is Odhiambo. I'm using my wife's line. I've been raising my hand, but now it's as good she has been noticed. Now, let me just contribute shortly. I agree with just the last speaker. We have to be very careful on the approach we are taking, because I've followed in other spaces, people are being nominated to meet the president on the key-based space. It therefore means that our slogan is going to change from Ruto must go to Ruto must speak. So we must be very careful. What is it that you're searching for? And the government is also very tricky. They know the elements of divide and rule. Since the multi-party, you remember the Ford and Ford Kenya and Ford Asili, the tactics of government are still alive. But what we know is that we want the government and service providers who are affected by the public, people who issue IDs, people who give services, people who manage airports, the CEOs, those are all political appointees. And for us to clean the system, we should start by cleaning the system like the president started the PSS. He should proceed to a PSS. He should proceed to the CEOs of parastatals, because those are the people who are not offering the services that you expect from them. For example, how do you, register an aircraft bought by Didmas Baraza? And we all know that the parliamentarians cannot afford even to pay pilots. How is he managing even to pay a pilot? Where did he get money to buy the aircraft? The aircraft when came in a box and was registered because of the impunity, the pressure they put to the Civil Aviation Authority. So these are the impunity we are talking about, and it is all over. Today, if you want to register a company, there's somebody who will just make a call and the company is registered. Some of us, you'll have to go and queue 1 week, 2 weeks until you give up. Those are the people we want to deal with as we go ahead to fight this particular government. So we must be very careful. Are we sitting with the president, or we are still going on with the revolutionary tactics? Because if you look all the countries, name it, Egypt, when they were removing their president, there was no talk. They just stand in the streets and the president left. If you look at other countries, where even West Africa, where the military coup has taken place, it is about the impunity of people in power that is bringing influence, and you must know somebody somewhere before you are given a job, before you are given a service, before even your phone is picked. If you go to, for example, in civil aviation, I'm an aircraft engineer myself. In civil aviation here, somebody just came and is replacing the people he found there with his cronies, just because he has the powers. When he's being told, he says that you can go anywhere, we can influence the court, we'll employ others, I know the president, I know the judiciary, I know the judges, and in any case, the government will pay you, even if you are awarded in a court of law. So those are the impunity we are talking about in this country. So my promise is, or my suggestion is, we continue pressing and press and press. I heard somebody talking about a bomb. There is no bomb that is made to hit civilians. Airport, JKI, if you occupy, it's a very strategic resource for the country, and it's very, very important to be protected. But That is how our voice will be heard. If we lag behind, or if we reduce the pressure, they'll divide us. They'll divide us. I don't know if you're still getting me.
Shukran
So,
sana.
Bwana Kimuzi, you have to liaise with other people and let us have one uniform way of going together, because others are now nominating people to go and meet the president, and others are still going to the streets. So we don't know where we are heading
We
to.
are not part of them.
Thank you.
We are not part of them, kabisa. You know, our flow is tribeless, leaderless, and fearless. We are not among
Yes,
Kibo.
yes,
Hata sikuwa najua ni vile umetuambia saizi. So
yes,
tunakaa rada, tunaangalia hizo. We don't want any dialogue. We know us. Thank you.
yes, yes.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much.
Sasa wewe umechukua slot ya the lady. So Grace na Tabs Karanja, slot moja imeisha, so the ladies ni mbili imebaki. Tabs.
Hello. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Asante Kimuzi for the opportunity, and everybody else who's here nimewasalimia. Nataka kusema two things. The first thing is, okay, title ya space, I don't have anything to say, but I pass my condolences to the families, and to the people who are, the families who are bereaved, and also the people who are injured. And then now to my two things. The first one is lazima to increase pressure, kwa sababu what we've been doing it has gotten us results, but it's half-baked results. Inakaa Holmes to say haski ako decide venye anafanya na ana buy time, and then na hiyo ni mbaya kwa sababu giving him time means he has a structure, he has a government, he has structures that he's now making readying for his next move, whichever that is. Jana nilimsikia akisema wakora walienda koti
Good morning, guys. So welcome to my space. As you can see, we are today we want to kind of listen to the families or the close friends or close members of those affected from the ongoing protests, the slain heroes, and I will just want to mention their names because it's almost a month right now. We're going for next week will be it's actually a month since we started the protest, and there's so much that has been going that we don't know about it, and I just want to bring on board all those who were affected to maybe let's just understand their pain, to walk through their shoes, and maybe get to know their story. So maybe I can just mention their names from the first day, from when we learned about Rex Minor and Rex Masai, and then it was Evans Kiratu, then Chris Gitonga, Kevin Mawasi, David Chege, Kennedy Njeru. We have had Bisley Koigi Kamau, we have had Joshua Mbati, Caroline Shirambo, Diambo Maina, Valentine Jerry, Wilson Sitati, Martin Joroge, David Chege, the Sunday school teacher, which was a very sad story too. I saw the mom was saying, just tell Ruto pia yeye akona yes children, yeah. And we have Kevin Madanga, Brian Kasaine, and so much. There are many people who are still unknown. And we have Eric Ayoni Shieni. Most of the people maybe don't know about him, and we had had a talk with a brother, and you could see the clip that was he was speaking about how things unfold, how he was addressing the president, and how the movement has really impacted on their lives and the lives of their family members. So we talked, and he had requested maybe he could just share what the family is going through, and or what the family has been going through since they lost Eric Shieni, and may he rest in peace. Actually, we'll say much more about Eric, but he was such an innocent individual, and one of the most industrious. I can see we lost an hero. We lost a person who can build our nation. And to add more, if there is anyone here and maybe wondering what's going on, we are talking about what we have experienced the last 1 month, and we just want to understand their pain. So if there is someone here who was affected, or maybe knows, is a close friend, family member, or anyone who was affected by the protest, just DM me. I'll give you the mic. Kindly, other people, we have been having all these spaces. Let's just give them today the space to just talk, if that's okay with you, kindly. Okay, let me introduce Siloma Kandet, and maybe we'll just we'll just go on as I try to pick other speakers to take on. Siloma, kindly welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can be able to hear me.
I can. I hear you.
Great. My name is Siloma Kandet. I guess we all belong in the streets now, yeah? We all belong in the streets right now. My name is Siloma Kandet, older brother to the late Eric Kayoni Shieni. I was actually, I was living with him in South B. He was our last born in a family of 4. So yeye ndo alikuwa ananifuata. It is really sad people don't understand, even myself, I no longer go for the protest since Tuesday was really difficult on a Tuesday like this that he passed on. So Tuesdays of Maandamano are quite terrifying for me and my family, because we can remember that 2 weeks ago he was alive, 3 weeks ago he was alive. Now this week will be 4 weeks ago he was alive. He was a very young, amazing, cheerful soul. He schooled in Narok, much of his primary. He went to Sacho High School. He was in the University of Nairobi. He was going to graduate this year, University of Nairobi, with a BA Finance, and he had already finished CPA 6 at KCA, and he will go to Summit School for his studies. And I was paying for him. He was living with me. I was paying for him for the CPA, because we thought it's really marketable if you have a finance degree, you have a CPA. So he was done with CPA 6. So I was telling him, before now the graduation, rather than just staying at home, just go finish up. There's I don't know, I'm not so conversant with the CPA. There's one more so that it can be accredited as a CPAK. So I was telling him, have the time and go. And then July he was like, now I'm determined, I will go. He was a bookwormer. He didn't have any other talent apart from bookworming. He was a bookwormer. He was really good with numbers. I remember I brought the finance bill. I follow up what the government does, and I'll be honest that I voted for the president. I just didn't know that he will turn out to be this. I brought the finance bill in the house one day. I'll just look at it because I work, and I looked at it. I didn't give it much attention until he picked it when I went to work. Later on during the day, he was like, there's no steamer today, and I decided to go through this finance bill. And he started venting and saying, but this government, there's no way they're going to explain that microeconomics policies are going to define macroeconomics of the country. He started venting, and he's like, this is so wrong. People don't understand. He used to say, this finance bill has jargons, the words that an ordinary citizen will not understand. And it's in the jargons that the secret of this finance bill is. They're charging us things that people don't know. This just, tax on bread and all. It's just but a cream of everything. There is more to it than what they are talking about. So he will vent and quarrel. I remember the first protest we went together, just like any other Kenyan. We went to myself. I was really disappointed with the finance bill. I was not in support of it at all. I kept on, commenting, making my comments kwa nini ya wananchi back at home, doing civic education to, my people back at home. I was against it. I knew this is ill of it. And so he's been going for protests. And of course, I will always tell him, please, safety first, It's just not, you're just not prone to this brutality. You're also prone to other injuries, like running around, you might get injured. Just safety first. Of course, as an older brother, I would ask him safety first. Just be safe out there. You're a young guy. The future is ahead of you. Please take care of yourself. And it is sad how I found out about his death, because I was working on that day. And just like any other Kenyans, I was going through Twitter to find out what is going on. And so when he was going for the protest on that 25th, that fateful 25th, now it's fateful, on that fateful 25th, he sent me a picture, and I just told him, hey, be careful, be safe. I'll see you later on at home. And he asked me, hey, he sent me some money. I buy some food. And later on, he was going to see the girlfriend at CJ's. So I told him, hey, today is Tuesday, unaenda na wapi date town, see much of the places. I wouldn't like a place. So I just go for Mandamano. After Mandamano, I go to CJ's with my girlfriend. So I sent him some money, ya kukula lunch, and also kupeleka girlfriend yake out. Then we didn't talk again. So I was going through Twitter just like any other Kenyan to not follow up what is going on, what is happening. And then I came across a video, because for him it was a video, not a picture. For him it was a video that it was trending, and someone has just posted they're killing us. So I saw the video. I felt so sad. My heart was heavy. My heart sank. I saw the video. I proceeded on, just looking at other things. And just something hit my mind. I was like, no way. That video, I think I know the person. So first thing first, I went back to the video, looked at the video, and then I went back to the photos that he sent me, and I didn't have to check twice. I just closed my social media, went straight to my manager, because I listened to the video, the content of the video, and one of the guys was